I mean, we have deserts too. Every time I go to Kamloops, I step on a cactus. Proof that we have deserts. We also have fun deserts, which is places where nothing fun ever happens, and we call it Saskatchewan. Or Manitoba. We've got 2 of them. All right, let's... and Ottawa, of course. Anyway, enough of me throwing shade at Canada. Let's go play some Dwarf. Now, I knew that, George. Oh, wait, is the French desert in Africa? Because if so, then, well, you goddamn colonial. Anyway. YouTube chat, thanks for the tutorials of the game. Played the game for the first time yesterday. Well, welcome to hell. It never ends. It's a great game. Tried to play Dwarf Fortress after a while and restarted like 3 times, and all those 3 times the game failed to save even when you did it manually. I mean, if you go to settings, you go to game, and you can set no saves, yearly saves, semi-annual saves, or seasonal saves. So it'll save once a season. So I don't know how the game failed to save, unless you're clicking quit without saving with autosaves disabled. That's odd to me. Does Saskatchewan have Sasquatches? No, but we have a town called Sasquatch. This is a place in Canada. You could go visit there if you want. The whole town is kind of themed after, like, you know, the thing that they're known for. Here's their weather forecast. They have Sasquatch Park. They have a convenience store and a gas station. And I don't think anything else. I think there's a campground there, actually. It's been a while since I've been to Sasquatch, okay? There ain't much going on in that town. Do you think this has... No, he definitely smokes a pipe. It's definitely a wooden pipe. It's like a Gandalf pipe. Do they hide everything? What do you mean, do they hide everything? No, there's just nothing there. It's like an empty town with a funny name, basically. One of your favorite things about living in Appalachia is when people who move here who actually believe that they are psychic and just go, oh God, the hills have malice. And it's like, yep, they're older than what they remember. What, do you just like very nonchalantly just agree? Is there a city of uranium? What? I'll be honest with you. I would love to go to Appalachia, but just to look at the scenery. Like, I love the idea of hauntings and mysticism and shit, but let me tell you this. I've seen plenty of creepy shit in the forests here. That's not unique to Appalachia. Forests are just creepy. Like, growing up, there were these horse trails everywhere, right? And me and my friend Ash would walk around in these back forests and do things that normal young teenagers do, which is smoke weed and tell ghost stories. And there was one time when we were wandering along a trail that we'd walked along a couple times before and found a pile of dolls. Like just a pile of dolls. Just a big old pile of dolls that looked like they'd been there for way too long and were like rotted out. You know, like that. I've seen some creepy shit in the forest, and it ain't unique to Appalachia. They've just got the folklore to back it up. Also, speaking of dolls, there's a meme flying around the internet that I think popped up on my Discord too, which is apparently American Girl, released a girl whose backstory is that she is like hard of hearing, and all of the comments are just like, wait, so the others can hear us? They're listening to us? Excuse me? What? That's littering? No, I mean, it's just somebody throwing trash, but... Putting clothes in a chainsaw. You know, okay, so I'm gonna be charitable with the bloody clothes in a chainsaw here. Somebody hit a wild animal, wrapped it in clothes, and then cut it up in the forest. One time I found a deer in a suitcase. Not in one piece. But that was in a McDonald's parking lot, so you know that was a different time. I was working night shift, and one of my manager just like popped up on the headphones and goes, "Greg, can you go kick that suitcase and make sure there's nothing dead in it?" I was like, "What?" He goes, "There's a suitcase in the parking lot. It's been there for a couple hours, and I don't know. We need to figure out if it should go to Lost and Found or if we need to call the cops or something." I'm like, okay, so me and my coworker walked out there and I kicked it and it seemed kind of heavy and I unzipped it and then kicked it open and there was a dead deer in it. Was there ransom money? No, it was just a suitcase with a dead deer in it. Literally, that's what he said was, "Greg, can you go kick that suitcase?" So, yeah, pretty much nailed it. Attack Pengu. So for those of you who don't remember this fortress, neither do I, it's okay. Here's the TLDR of what's going on. This fortress was started 2 streams ago, which means about 2 weeks ago. This is the second fort I've done in this world because I got bored of the last one. The last one I did in this world now has a video about it. You can go watch it. Which was Surprise Town. Now, this fortress is weird. And at a glance, you might be going, doesn't look too weird. Looks like a fort. Well, it's weird because... Well, let me just show you. That's why it's weird. Hunter couldn't haul the suitcase and it fell out of the back of the truck. Mate, if you're hunting and putting your game into a goddamn suitcase, you're pretty bad at hunting and probably shouldn't have a license. This is something I'm going to stand by. That is all. Thanks for coming to my... whatever this is. So... we have a whole bunch of necromancer experiments. In the fort. Various different necromancer experiments. Now the reason...
Welcome back, Crypt Beer.
'Tis good to be back, Sith. Or Synth. Thanks for 28 months. Now the reason we have these guys is because this world is very old. Very old, in fact. And... down here is a whole lot of these. Now, these are all temples. All of these temples are, full of various artifacts. Some of them quite a lot. And some of them are full of books, amongst other things. If I go up to here and I go to objects, there are some objects already that we've actually acquired that I didn't make. We also have this library here, which has 354 books. Alongside of me stealing these books and artifacts, or putting them in a museum, as a wise man once said, because they do belong in a museum, we keep on freeing prisoners. And these are these guys. Are they better than dwarves in combat? It depends. And I realize that that's the most common statement. combat effectiveness is largely based on size. So like this guy would probably be worse than a dwarf because it's a small feathered humanoid, right? And these guys are, oopsies, large scaly humanoids. So these guys are probably better. These Megalskalots demon, like Athor Echo Heat. So this one would probably be better in combat than a dwarf because they're bigger. It can fly on paper. Will they? Not outside of extreme duress, generally. So in Fortress mode, things that are part of your faction are just going to pass as if they are dwarves. Unless, like... So, like, if this guy was up here on the surface and something scared it like a monster, it might fly to this side. But it's not just going to float around of its own accord, generally. The fortress itself started off with a bunch of adventurers. I brought a bunch of bears. So my captain of the guard is a bear. We have a very large military. Most of the fortress, in fact, is in the military. Just about everybody in the fortress currently is training. And the idea here is you don't get a bedroom in this fortress. You only get a bedroom if you have enough kills to be considered notable. Which is the, like, you get a special title attached to your name. Yeah, we have bears. I realized this while making the video this past week. Chosen adventurers have, like, a fancy border. Specifically chosen adventurers. So these are just ordinary adventurers, so they don't get the fancy border. But chosen adventurers have a fancy border, which I think is really interesting. Anyway, so like this is my grizzly bear lady. There's this one. My adventurers consisted of Yugath, who, if this dwarf dies, the fortress is over. It's 5 named kills, so 5 notable kills. If a character gets 5 notable kills, they get that name next to their name. Moods are already pretty bad. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on trying to take over locations. The population is skyrocketing. So I'm going to have to deal with that. And I should also mention, it's raining vomit. Or whatever nauseating filth is. So this fortress in theme is Filthhammer. Filthhammer is a fortress that's aiming to liberate as many of these imprisoned slaves as possible, because I can rerun one of the old combat logs here. If I go to reports, I need one where we actually, yeah, there we go. The forces of the Abyssal Torch freed this place, this character. So it says that we're freeing the demon Urist Ticked Roofs from Birth Glen. So we freed Urist, and if we go look at Urist here, Urist, if we go to their groups, was a former slave of the Strifeful Realms. So my goal for this fortress is to free as many slaves as possible, and go to war with everybody. At this point, you'd rather have Blood Rain? Yeah. At least Blood Rain would be kind of metal. This is just sludgy. It's rain and sewage. So what I think I'm going to do with the upset dwarves, because as you can see, we have a couple of those, is I'm going to go take over a location and just send them there. Probably a temple or something empty. That, or maybe something that's actually defendable. Because one of the other goals of this fort is to try and rebuild this faction a bit. Because the only other location we have is this. This is Surprise Town, my other fort. And this is a necromancer tower that's completely secluded from the rest of the world as far as I can tell. So this is a very weird faction. 2 locations, one which I built, and one that is completely secluded and separated from society. So I'm going to go take over something now. That's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to send a squad to go occupy a location. But in order to do that, it needs to have a population to occupy. So we could go after one of these human locations. That was a tower, which is now destroyed. And also tripping Do you have anything in particular you would like to name? I just glanced down and realized that you redeemed a dwarf. How old is this world? 1062 is the year of this world. That's a prize down video. Did you guys like the video, by the way? It's the first time I've like released one of those videos without streaming the actual release of it. Considering I did the entire thing with a nose so plugged due to allergies that I couldn't breathe, I think it came out pretty well. The cat scared you though? I'm sorry. I should have put a warning for anybody who's cat phobic. I'll be honest, that entire video is based off of that joke. Like not that's a cat that down that way, that the water. That entire bit was like the basis for that entire video. But it was one of your favorites. Well, that's good to hear. Glad you guys enjoyed it. All right, so what does... let me scroll through here. So Tripping just said, a dwarf of your choosing. Is there anything more specific you'd like, Tripping? Or is it just a whatever dwarf? Because if it's whatever dwarf, I will give you happiest unnamed dwarf, which currently looks like it's Dishmab. But I could also give you the militia commander as. So, would you prefer a male dwarf or a lady dwarf? I guess is the question. While I'm waiting, the named dwarves in the fort are, we'll start at the bottom this time for funsies. There's a lot of babies, look at that. The named dwarves in the fort are Wolfist Wolf, Romanoid Trell, as well as Logic No, and Server Lord, Snail, Oblivion, and I guess I'm gonna be scrolling for a bit. Rydern, we've got Knights Are Slow, and Emperor Iron and Wolf, as well as Romanoid, and Emily, Darius Cardrin, Hero, who, if they die, the fort's over, who isn't as pissed off as they were. They were the most pissed off dwarf in the fort for a little bit. Mass Morass, George, as well as Jack Nurick, and Anner Bunny, Brian Burton, and Josh, of course, and Glibjo Mama, Gimli, and Laya, and Bobby Bones, which is a good name for a child dwarf, and a pile of recruits, Ozanthium, and that's everybody. So I'm just going to give our friend here, we'll go with Dishmap. It was very far outside. Right. I forgot about this. Got to run through something real quick that happened. So we just freed some slaves. Oh, also the feces or vomit or whatever it is that falls from the sky. It does give you a fever, but it doesn't last for very long. She enjoys the company of others and tends to think before acting. She can handle stress, and she has little interest in joking around and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally would just as soon have nature in the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. She respects She greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and greatly respects individuals that persevere through trials and labors. And dreams of skill mastery. Likes Nice, as well as Moss Opal and Elk Antler. Hey, YouTube chat. The first person to put 3 beer emoji into the YouTube chat gets a dwarf as well. You have a dumb question. What biome thing makes it so giant animals spawn? It needs to be considered savage, so it needs to be either untamed wilds, joyous wilds, or terrifying. It's the modifier that makes big animals. She prefers to consume spotted ratfish and beet plants. Me too. And not the ratfish, the beet plants part. Custard apple cider, and absolutely hates purring maggots. She's married to Az, the militia captain, and has a son. Ifar, what kind of dwarf would you like? Or character would you like? All of the recent storytelling types? Well, damn. It's gonna hopefully not be too long until the next one. Speaking of the YouTube algorithm, the shorts have gone kind of wild recently, and I think it's fake. Like, I'm pretty sure it's not real. So, or at least nothing's actually changed. They're just showing things now. Nights are slow. Your dwarf did wander over here. Yes. I presume you came from the last one. Yeah, you came from the Salty Shock. And you really want martial training. So here's the thing that I got to explain. There's a necromancer on the map. Now, the reason there's a necromancer on the map is this necromancer was one of the slaves. And I don't know what to do with this information. One of my ideas, one thing I do think is interesting is they're a prophet, apparently. Even though they're not part of any religions, so I don't know what they're the prophet of. But they're a prophet. Can they lie on that page? On which one? This one? I don't think they can lie on this page. So the reason this necromancer is here, this human necromancer, is because I freed them during our last raid, alongside of this guy, who's a legendary soaper, apparently, which is funny because... Wait, were you also in the Soapy Nation? God damn it, you weren't. That sucks. That would have been funny. But she was previously a Fed, so... Well, here's the thing. If I wanted a book of necromancy, that would be extremely easy to get. Erythrocrite. That would be extremely easy to get. Just because of, like, the fact that I already have 350 books, and I know exactly where there's, like, 3 of them. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I want a human necromancer. What I think I might do is let this character join, because they're going to ask for asylum. I think I might let them join, and then, once they've joined, I'll put them in a squad and get them to go take over another location. Because I think that would be fun. So be creative, says Ifar. How about this? This is creative. Ifar, from the YouTube chat. Is a Megalashroth's demon, which is a large, scaly humanoid. It has a short tail. Its dark olive scales are round and set far apart. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer Etus Mannersqueeze of Scarred Theater after horrible experiments on the elf Rimanro trotted streams in humor style in 915. You were previously a slave and prisoner of the Society of Trotting and the Sensitive Confederacies. He's always tense and jittery, and he's very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he is a friendly individual. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he rarely feels discouraged. He occasionally overindulges and isn't given to flights of fancy. He thinks that he's fairly important to the grand scheme of things, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And he whispers when he's nervous. He's getting used to tragedy, and personally sees freedom and independence as completely worthless, and deeply respects those that work hard at their labors and finds artwork boring. He likes porcelain, billin, opal, and walrus leather, desert tortoise shell, and sheep's wool, as well as great horned owl men for their ear tufts, and the words of the great strategy of sparkles, and the sight of the indigo aquamarine, and when possible, prefers to consume giant earthworm and bat ray, and maize beer and bilberries, and hates bark scorpions. Doesn't have a family, but worships the god Korud Duslud Luthi, and I have no idea what that is. You got no kills, and The Lavender Fellowship must smell great. You were formerly a sacred tulip. Send them to the site with the mad dwarves? Possibly. Oh, also, you might notice that there's random totems everywhere. I'm not making these. I keep stealing them. They're clearly, like, notable in some way. Like, this is a dwarf skull totem. This is a dwarf skull totem. This is a human skull totem. They just keep appearing from all of the places that I'm attacking. So, welcome to the fortress. I'm going to unpause the game now. It's late spring. I don't know when we were invaded last, if ever. I'm also going to check gear and just make sure that some of them are armed. Most of them are currently acquiring gear, I think. The new goblin. Better than the old goblin. And I'm just going to set everything to training because these should all be training currently. And I'm going to go up to here and set everything to training because they should all be training currently. This is actually my pickaxe squad. So they do carry pickaxes around. And they do equip pickaxes as part of combat. Although, ironically, I think they're likely going to train with steel picks instead of the alternative. For the fort itself, we're not doing a ton of food production currently. It's actually pretty minimal, but there is a little bit of food production going on. And I don't think everybody's in the military just yet. But let's actually see. If I make one more squad. Yeah, okay. There's like 5 that aren't in a squad yet. The Pikmin can't also be miners, not while they are actively training. But if you have them set as off-duty, they can mine. Or not, like no orders, they can mine. Just not while they're actively training. So the only squad that I have that is any sort of skill whatsoever is this one and this one. And I think this one. The Heralds are the starting 7, by the way. And, yeah. If anybody heard me call the name of their dwarf earlier and would like me to check in on their dwarf, give me a shout. But yeah, I guess like the goal for the next little bit is find a location where I can send super angry dwarves, because there's going to be those in this fort. Because I don't want to just expel them into the wilderness because of how small this faction is. So I need to find a place that I can occupy. Did you die? Cthulhu Dancing is still alive. I thought I read your name. Didn't I? I'd swear I did. Well, okay. I mean, maybe I like read it in my head and didn't say it out loud. I'll check in a sec once the game's done saving. You get dwarf named by luck. So currently, yes, it's too late to get a dwarf named. And good day to you too, Telenartha. Give me a sec. I'm gonna blow my nose. I'm still dealing with some allergies, but they've gotten a lot better since I've got allergy pills. All right. Should be unmuted now. I literally clicked the unmute button. How did I unmute and remute myself? Anyway, so to repeat myself, I have a lot of squads and not a lot of gear. So we're working on it. I was unmuted. Okay. Weird. Anyways, good time zone, telling Artho. It's good to see you. But yeah, Knights are slow. Your dwarf is in one of the wrestling squads currently because I've got a lot of dwarves and not a lot of gear. So currently the actual supply of weapons is pretty low. So you're technically a mining dwarf and you're currently just in one of the squads that's wrestling right at the moment. And I do need to figure out where my mayor is because they need to be removed from the military temporarily. Oh, no, never mind. They're just going to go conduct a meeting. They're conducting a meeting with a child who is... Oh, no, they're probably conducting a meeting with that necromancer. Oh, nope, never mind. It was this dwarf. Yes, while crying on somebody in charge. Excellent. No. Knights are slow. Because it's full. I may make another pickaxe squad, but for right now, that squad is full. And you've just had your first 70 hours in. You just had a first encounter with a semi-dragon. They made with a dragon. They made quick work. Chat, out of curiosity, how many hours did you play of Dwarf Fortress before you saw a dragon, without specifically looking for one? Because I'm actually curious. I played like maybe 2,000 hours of this game before seeing a dragon. Like back in the day, the first like capital green D that showed up, man. You've never seen one, couple hundred hours? Took until the Steam release, you never saw one before that? I did see cave dragons before that, but usually dead was when I saw cave dragons. You got one on your third fort. It's really funny like how things like this work because on one hand, ooh, I should take over this mysterious lair. I want to attack something right now that's not going to fight back. Or start a war, you know? The Invisible Torment. I like this Goblin Monastery because I want to know what they have. The thing is... Those are Dark Human Pits. I read that as the corporate beers, not the cooperative beers. I was like, the corporate beers? Excuse me? Molson, is that you? It's definitely old Milwaukee. But you saw wild cave dragons recently? That's kind of cool, actually. Beak belt of the buff ankles? I guess they don't skip leg day. Whenever I see tombs with active populations, I get mildly concerned. All right, so who are the most pissed off dwarves in the fort currently? Toasted, you're in what squad? You're in the main squad, the Uncommon Paddles. And beneath you is Toulon, who's a recruit. From the Copper Depths. I'm just going to send this squad out to go after some things. You can't join a squad yet, I know that for a fact. Titan. This one. Adil. Maybe, and Vev's pretty much, yeah. Or capitalism. Well, that was a human-owned location, not dwarves, but... Stukos. Oops. And then you are staying here. But this squad right here, the Hardy Turquoise, I think. Yes. Is going to go and attack I'm just curious if that's an actual civ. Angelic seeds. Dark human pits. Dark human pits. Dark human fort. Human fort of thrifty keys or the mysterious lair. Let's go conquer. Well, let's just raid the thrifty keys first. See how that goes. You've encountered no dragons, but fire-breathing titan and a bronze colossus raised your first 2 fortresses. Bronze colossuses are kind of a gear check. They're not the hardest thing to take out in the game, but they're certainly not easy. Okay, so currently there are 2 ways into the fort. One of them is this. Wait, is this a way into the fort? No, this is a tunnel that I'm digging to down at the bottom there. Where's that necromancer? Are you still on the map? Yeah, you are. Fast. Oh, probably because the mayor is still in that squad. What squad are you in? You're in the fenced catches. You've learned about dodging. Let's just actually just take you out of this squad for the moment. So you can go conduct meetings as you should. Rolf, thank you very much for the
and welcome back, Crypty.
How's it going? It's going. Great Padinsky. Letting my mayor go back to doing his mayoral duties. Mayorish duties. But chat, can I get a big round of beers for Rolf, keeping that sub alive? Have any legendary waxworkers? Why would I have a legendary waxworker? That seems like a waste of dwarven activity. All right, so on this lower layer, we've got storage. Down here, we have a very crappy little well. Down here, we have body storage, amongst other things. And then these stairs go all the way down to here, which is directly into the caves. Oh yeah, something I should mention about the caves. The caves are very, like, weird. It's one of those cave systems where it doesn't connect to the edge of the map. So this is the only way out of this, like, completely sealed off area with the exception of this water here. So I'm just going to fill this in, and then we'll basically just have, like, our own personal little cave system, which I'm kind of super stoked on, actually. Like, that's really cool. It's just a really neat thing. So I'm just slowly in the process now of, like, sealing all this stuff off from the rest of the map. Because, like, that doesn't happen super often, so... Right, I should click this button because that's a button that exists now, hey? Okay, and that side's fine. But there is tons of ore in and around and down here and amongst other things. And this is where we started putting the coffins, which are almost all full already, so I should probably work on... Probably make a few more of these, actually. Sag. I planned this well. Although it's going to take my miners a little bit to get down here because they're all most of them are currently training, if not all of them. Do you have a dwarf in this fort? No. You do not. You don't have a dwarf or anything in this fort. It's also only 25 minutes cooldown timer now, so. How do you customize the map at the start and make rivers wider and mountain and cliff sides taller? You'd want to increase erosion in Advanced World Gen, Machiavellian Prince in YouTube chat. Something that I would recommend doing is if you go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki, there is a page specifically for, what's the word that I'm looking for here? Mind gone, head empty. There's a page specifically for Advanced World Gen, and just Control F and type in the thing you want to do on that page. Like, go to that page and just type in, like, approximately what you want to do and Control F. And it'll generally just give you instructions on what settings you need to change. If you want to be a little bit more, I don't know, self-directed with it, you can as well. What I would recommend doing is increasing like erosion for rivers, but that'll also make the map thinner because there will be less dirt overall. And secondarily, I would recommend there's like sharpness of cliffs and a few other things. You can also change minimum and maximum height. So I would mess with those settings. But erosion is the one you want for rivers. And ZoBeatroot just posted in the Twitch chat. Here, I'll relink it into the YouTube chat for our friend down there. You want to name the mining squad. It's already named the Mine Rock. What would you like to rename it to? I will tell you this. Large rivers are almost always on heavy aquifers. Like, it's pretty hard to find ones that aren't on heavy aquifers. So you may also want to disable aquifers if you're going to go for large river embarks. If you don't want a heavy aquifer. The Mines of Filth. Okay, so let's get rid of that. The Mines of Filth. There you go. So once all these are built, I'm going to hook this up to a lever. And then we'll dig through this. And then we'll use this as our front door. Instead of this. I'm also going to hook these up to a lever. So I need a lever room. This is the mayor's bedroom. This is the captain of the guard's bedroom. I'm thinking maybe just a little room back here connected to both of these. Like one connected to the mayor's room, one connected, a doorway into the mayor's room and a doorway into the captain of the guard's room. And those will just be filled with levers that will be the whole thing. Speaking of, the miners are going to go to off-duty. Because currently they're all up here in training. Hit! So, about that squad. They're all prisoners now. They all just went and turned themselves in. That's actually really funny. that's actually pretty funny. Okay, well, I'm gonna throw Wolf into this squad because you came from the previous fort and we're very good. Same with you. I'm gonna get those two dwarves equipped and we're gonna go see if I can rescue them back. Or we can just leave them. I don't know. Like, fuck them, I guess. Oh, that's funny. Would be cool to save that squad as an adventure. I've accidentally done that. I was walking through a goblin pit as an adventurer and then found a random prisoner and asked them their name, and they were like, I'm so-and-so. And I was like, I remember you. What the fuck? Like, you were one of my soldiers. You got kidnapped. They were just standing in a cell. Do dwarves come from older forts who are nobles? Any dwarf from an older fort can show up, although it's, in order to get nobles to show up, like a baron or higher, you would need to acquire a barony, right? That was the squad I sent to occupy the place. Yeah, they're all no longer in the squad. Which is just really funny. So we're going to go raid them with the best squad that I have. And we're going to cross our fingers. Are they taking the caverns out? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I love it when they leave through the caverns. I love that. That's great. I'm also going to check the floor types at shale. And let's also do that with stairs. Why not? Cool. Oh, there's one I missed. One that I missed. You right there can go up. We'll see you when we see it, Cthulhu. Thanks for swinging by today. That's actually hilarious. An occupation, but not the type you were expecting. Well, usually when you attack like those small forts and stuff, they're basically empty, right? I'm also pretty sure that I've gone there before and stolen unrelated things, so... Be curious to see how that goes. Oh, also, Ted wants Sanctuary. Now, this is what pops up when somebody you've rescued, or liberated, I guess, from imprisonment, who's not part of your faction asks. Ted is the necromancer, who apparently is currently horrified after being caught in, that. What the heck? Corrid the Lobster of Shell. Is that your god? It is. Why is your god in brackets there? The freakish weather is filth, a nauseating filth, and it gives a temporary fever, which causes dwarves to puke, but it goes away pretty quickly. And it just makes their moods horrible. And Flurry, thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back, by the way. Appreciate ya. She is a prophet. Can't find my zombie. Ted is a she, and she is a prophet. I just want to know why the god is listed down there. Because, like, the god that they worship used to always be listed on their page, but why is it listed here? Is it listed on all visitors? So now, anyway, I guess the question is, chat, do we let Ted join the fort? Temporarily or permanently? Can't find my zombie is not named Ted. I can't find my zombie! What? I can't find my zombie! Username Chexo. Her. Chat. All right. Ted, we will allow you to do something in the fort. Please stay away from the bodies. Ted is now a temporary member of the fortress, which means it'll take a whole year for Ted to properly join the fort. Apparently is a master engraver too. I guess we'll have to make sure that you're in the engravers list. And now I presume the other one will show up. I just want to see something. Because you're probably going to go conduct a meeting now, right? I want to know if the god that they worship pops up. I mean, I just need to make sure they don't end up in a combat situation near bodies, and it'll be fine. Better off dead. A+ YouTube chat. Maybe it's because they're a prophet? Oh, perhaps, actually. That's, I don't know. It's just wild to me. I've never seen that in this version. Mayor's just off socializing? Well, I guess eventually. Oh, by the way, the mayor's last name is Bolted Blunts. Did I make that? Oh, wait, no, that was an artifact that I brought with from the last fort, wasn't it? How am I? I just saw your dwarf die while editing a video, Orc with Bow. That's how I... Like, last night while I was editing VODs, I was like, oh, look, there's a dwarf. Yeah, that one got eaten by a vampire. Who's that? Oh, it's Orc with Bow. Well. Is YouTube chat popping off? I haven't looked. Well, I mean, I've been looking at the chat. I haven't looked at the actual stream. Although the YouTube channel has been really nice to me algorithmically recently, so I blame that. Hey, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There's 45 likes and 167 of you. It's almost more of you than on the Twitch stream. That's kind of crazy, actually. The cooldown is 25 minutes on the name Something Redeem. Can't find my zombie. I've got a goat that I've got to get rid of. Well, not get rid of, but put somewhere else. So I will put it down here and forget about it. I don't know why cows aren't listed as grazers. It's odd. Are cows not grazers? It's truly odd. Very strange. I'm also going to geld all these horses. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Just on the off chance I get another horse at some point. We're also in an ad break, so I will just wait until the ads are done. Can you pay extra to skip it? I don't take payments for... actually, you might be in an ad. Zombie, are you in an ad? What is gelding? Removing of the nuts. Spaying. Fixing. Neutering. Speaking of neutering, I'm going to neuter that donkey as well. No, I know for a fact I've had them starve. It's just, like, the grazers, I guess, is an incomplete list. You're not in an ad? You can pay extra points. So, no, I don't accept payments of any kind to get things earlier. Because if there was a more expensive version of it, it would already be spent. And, there was a very brief window of about 45 minutes once where I was like, okay, $15 and you can name a dwarf. Like, tip me $15 and I'll let you name a dwarf. No, don't do that because I mean, if you want, but I won't give you a dwarf. And that devolved into arguments in about under an hour. So, yeah, no. You gotta get in line and get lucky like everybody. And then sometimes I chuck them into the YouTube chat as well when the Twitch chat redeems them. Oh, also Wolf is in the map, but also Wolf is in the map. So there's actually two Wolves. Because they migrated here. Watch, like, this second squad that I've sent out go out and die. Like, watch them also get in the same level of trouble. Okay, you just leaving now because you had to go get gear. We've also got you on your way out. The spouse of Serverlord. Well, personally, I would say I self-identify as a socialist, so there is that, but I do realize that in order to, not die, The horse attacks the demon's carpenter, but it jumps away. So sounds like the horse got to training its combat, and the demon's carpenter, that the character who was gelding the horse, got to train dodging. So that's good. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Blind is a bad capitalist, unironically, in a good way to make him like you. Yeah, fuck Amazon, which is why you should give me your Amazon Prime subscriptions, because someone's got to take that money from Amazon, so it might as well be me, right? Might as well be me, god damn it. And, you know, is what it is. It's the system that we live in, not the system that we chose. It is a fort. Generally, forts are like not super high population and also often separated from their home faction, which is why I'm going after the fort specifically, because I kind of figure that with a little bit of luck, it'll be a easier location to capture because of its low population. And also alongside of that, what's the word? Not anger any bigger factions, so I'm, like, not poking the bear as much, per se. Do I have mechanisms? I can't remember. Yes, I do. Decent number. But they're all off the map now, so we'll see how it goes. I feel like this is one of those games where it's way easier to learn, Charlie, if you have some level of osmosis. Like, it's one of those games where I think the reason Dwarf Fortress took off on... I was thinking about this a lot, actually, this past week. One of the reasons I think Dwarf Fortress took off on places like Something Awful and 4chan back in the day, as well as, like, you know, why it did well in a forum-based environment, is because it was, like, a communal learning process. You know? Like, a lot of these games, in games like this, tend to do well in an environment where it's a community of people that have all just kind of agreed that they're going to, like, simultaneously obsess over a thing. And I think we've kind of lost that in modern games. Like, there's still Reddit, right? Like, Reddit still kind of does that, and, like, the Bay12 forum still exists, and, yeah, Something Awful still exists. But people don't really use those platforms the way they used to. It's not the same level of community spontaneity, I guess, is maybe a word I would use. So I think that, like, one of the reasons the tutorials and stuff help so much for things like Dwarf Fortress is it does actually make the learning of the game a lot easier for a lot of people. So, Sanam, this person here, you, again. Oh, you're also a prophet, though. That's interesting. Both the Necromancer and this character are both prophets of that god. Was created by the Dwarven Necromancer Stukos after horrible experiments on a human. Huh. Wild. I wonder if they were both imprisoned. Okay, hold on. I think I have Legends Viewer for this world. Let me just double check. I want to look this person up and the Necromancer they showed up with. I want to say it's this region. Let me look. That character is a false prophet. They could both be false prophets. Oh, the squad has returned. I'm seeing them down here. Let's see if this was loaded yet. I'm just waiting for it to load. It's gonna take a second. Which is the true prophet? Yeah. This game was only possible for you because of the wiki. Games with robust wikis usually is a sign that you'll like it. I'd say like the Dwarf Fortress wiki is this is from YouTube chat. The Dwarf Fortress wiki is the biggest curse and the biggest benefit that it has. Sag. Okay, hold on. I think I'll find it. I think it's a benefit because of just how ridiculously large it is, but I also think that it's kind of an issue because the problem with like a wiki as big as Dwarf Fortresses is for some people it's almost like a negative because it is giant. Like truly, it is giant. And sometimes people end up in the wrong era of the wiki, looking at the wrong version of the game. Just going to my Steam library to go reload this file. Hold on. I have a more recent one too. Reloading it. Because I wanna look that character up. I would like to know. Anyway, we let Ted stay, so I guess we should let their compatriot stay. I could also interrogate them. That's actually something that I was thinking about. That would be really fun, is interrogating these characters after like we get some crimes committed in the fort. I think that would be really fun. Yeah, and I think that's why the Dwarf Fortress wiki is kind of its biggest detractor anyway, Charlie, is because just Google the problem nowadays, like you said, but like Google is getting worse at finding reliable information. Okay, let's explore this one. And then what's the name of this character? Let's just see Senam Hopperloved. Once I find them, I'll pop over to the this character. Legendary soper, persuader, and comedian. In 947, this character who we're currently looking at got honorable positions in the entrances of dwelling, was imprisoned the same year by the Carillion targets, settled in violet numbers, was taken there. Was enslaved by the Gear Kingdom 1 year later. Was then moved to View Wandered. Gave up being an unknown job to have an unknown job, okay. Somehow went to Neo Amazed in a pilgrimage. Prayed in the Abbey of Barbarians in Neo Amazed. So was always just like a super religious character and just like wrote books, I think. The Forest Retreat and Practice. So basically it was just like a servant, slave, in a temple. In the case of this person. And then the Necromancer Ted. Your last name is what? Ted Airgrasp. Okay. You missed how I opened a Legends viewer like this? Before I started this fortress, I exported the XML. I think you can also do it with DF Hack by typing in export Legends, but do save your game before then because I had it crash the last time I tried it. Okay, so what about you? Got an honorable position in the Fed Society. Fought in a lot. Holy shit, you've got a lot of pages. 734 pages between the year 943 and current year. Lots of settling. Spent a bunch of time in Neo Amazed, writing books. Fought in a bunch of sieges. was enslaved by the Soapy Nation, which is a... Can I have a dwarf streamer's choice? Can do. So the Soapy Nation is like down in the bottom right. I will say on this computer, for some reason, the map data doesn't load properly, so it just shows up as a grid, but... So the Soapy Nation is like pretty far away from us. They're like down here. Like far end of the map, which is... down here somewhere? Oh, it's a human faction. So this human was enslaved by, I presume, other humans. And most of this is books. And sieges. Skull Ponders? Excuse me? The Skull Ponders is owned by the Climactic Dresses, apparently. And is a member of the Sensitive Confederacies, which I think is a human faction. Sorry, Skull Ponders is just a good name. Let's get back in game. Keep that open. But that's interesting. So she was like a lady of the Fed Society and then got booted out. Well, we'll let your friends stay. And the unknown paddles have returned, and you need a dwarf. Streamer's choice. Okay, well, happiest unnamed dwarf it be. You get to be, as the militia captain, yes, of the Oars of Alchemy, for Buttsworth. Probably making a ton of books and defending the site. Like, was imprisoned as like a sweatshop book copier, probably. Trust me, there are many necromancer creatures I need to interrogate in this fort. I don't have a full count currently, YouTube chat, but there's many. Sorry, it's good to see you. Hello. He is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and actively avoids exciting and stressful situations. You know, you saying that the Soapy Nation is a clean, like, place is probably like saying that good company of good things happening, nothing evil ever, smiley face. And it's actually just like an evil corp that takes over the world. Just none of them have ever showered. That's what I'm trying to say. Probably smells worse than PAX East. Anyway, finds humor in most situations and is slow to anger, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. And he tries to do things correctly each time, and he's generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He has a greedy streak, and he is quite polite, and he isn't particularly ambitious, and he rarely feels discouraged. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values loyalty. Considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and masters dreaming a skill of mastery. Yes, dreams of mastering a skill. Words. Like siltstone and steel, as well as veracite and helms and amulets, and the words of the strategy of sparkles, and the sound of the glittery sparkles, and the sight of the amethyst glimmer, and when possible, obviously, prefers to consume kangaroo cheese. Sorry, there's something about reading kangaroo cheese that just disturbs me. And whip wine, and rye seeds, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. He's thin and weak, and a very long beard, which is braided. And his wife is Tripping, who is upstairs carrying their kid. Especially considering we have steel in this fort, so he's up there. Hey, YouTube chat, the first person put 3 pickaxe emojis in the YouTube chat gets a dwarf. So speaking of, how did that raid go? They attacked the Braids of Shaking at an unknown civilization at Thrifty Keys. The dwarf Digel Tombfed led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Strusslot Colors Pot. What a good name. And UGDPY wants you to post beers chat. And The dwarf Digeltum Fed's tactical planning was, of course, superior to the goblins, and the defenders had a slight positional advantage. The unknown paddles, led by the dwarf, clashed with two humans and slayed them. They clashed with 2 humans and slayed them. Okay. And who else? It seems we killed Strusslot, Color's Pot. Rest in peace. We clashed with some more and didn't free anybody. Well, come on. Okay, let's just try and do that. Get back at it, dwarves. Strusslot Color's Pot sounds like a Marvel chuckle cluck character that just shows up and says something silly. All right, so the first person was Natcat. Natcat, what kind of dwarf would you like, or character would you like, or what would you like to name? You could also name a table if you so desire, as long as it's reasonable. Metal Fuse, hello, it's good to see you. Should probably replace that with bricks. 45 streams, hot damn, dude. Okay, so just calling a table cat would be your kind of humor. How about cat, seat, and seat? This is the seat, and this is the cat seat. Does that work? Zombie wants more beers. So you are the table and chair in the mayor's office, who is not a cat. And I'm gonna go jump up to the surface, put this here, and then pull it. And then I'm gonna go down to here, and I'm gonna grab the other one. I'm gonna do that, and I'm out of mechanisms. I think it's really funny whenever these necromancer experiments do any tasks, because they're small, right? So because they're small, they move really slowly when they need to carry literally anything. So they're like super slow at completing almost any task because they're small. Chop Suey? Oh, poor Suey. Why is Suey getting chopped up? Okay, well, that one's already done. Which means I can go up to here and do this. You got a Maine Coon 5 months ago and you're partially regretting it because he's already 15 pounds. Big kitty! That is a big cat. Maine Coons are large, though. But they are adorable little cats, I gotta say. I mean, not little, but they're beautiful animals. But they're certainly large. It says rewards are out of stock.
Hey gamers.
It works. It just gets claimed literally the second it comes up. I will say the same thing that I always do when this discussion happens, which is, I am not Twitch tech support. If it doesn't work for you, I can't help you. Please don't complain at me. I can't handle it and will cry. Well, I won't cry, but I will get annoyed. So if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And it just is what it is. They're like dogs for certain. Checks out. Like physically more than a handful? We snuck in undetected. We searched the place and found nothing. So not only are those dwarves all now prisoners, but we also can't free them. So I guess I will just conquer and occupy the goddamn place then. They may have already joined the enemy, JBT. They were pissed off, to be fair. We did send, like, the 5 most pissed off dwarves in the fort all simultaneously to go and invade a place. So that doesn't actually surprise me too much. The other thing that I was working on doing is this right here is going to become a water source. I'm just waiting for them to get these boulders out of here, which they're getting to. The very displeased dwarves. Well, I mean, I did kind of boot them out to, like, go live in a random fort in the middle of goddamn nowhere, so I don't entirely blame them, really. Let's wait for that to get fortified, and then we will let the water begin flowing from the first little spot. You accidentally adopt animals by working somewhere that allows animal adoption and liking animals. Like, I used to have I didn't. My mom was friends with a lady growing up who was a vet. And the amount of random greyhounds and, like, not unhealthy or, like, in a bad way animals they had, but, like, animals that just got abandoned for one reason or another because they were too much of a handful or, like, various things. They were just like, oh, just put the dog down or whatever. It was usually, like, the instigating factor, and they would always just be like, well, we're just going to adopt it instead. And that happened quite a lot. That's how I got a chameleon growing up, was they had a chameleon with a broken tongue who was super friendly and personable and, like, the nicest animal ever, and he lived on my head while I played League of Legends for several years. Managed to keep that silly little guy alive for quite a while, even though he had a broken tongue, and I had to feed him with a syringe. But was able to keep him alive for quite some time. So if you ever have a pet chameleon, don't. Just don't. Well, first off, don't, because they're a lot. But mostly don't put them in a glass terrarium. Because if a bug lands on the outside, they'd go funk, and then they break their tongue. So we'll let them do this while that drains. And then this is all going to be power generation. I will be honest. Does anybody here remember what I was planning on doing with this? Did I have a plan, or was I just going, I'm building power gen because, I'll figure it out. Because I have no idea what I was going to do with it. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. So, it's been a week. Zero cloak, cool. Well, I'm glad that we're all on the same page then. Also, do I have other mechanic shops? I guess I don't. Okay, well, I'll just stick one over here. It fits. I mean, that's the safe bet, to be fair. Emperor Iron. YouTube chat Ghost says, I saw an opossum near my apartment yesterday evening. Now I know, there's a lot of wild rabbits, yeah. I knew that there was a plan. Well, I mean, the plan that I do know is invade as much as possible and take back what is rightfully Dwarf's. So, you know. No, you just left the map. So we're going to go try and seize that location. This is my first attempt to try and seize something. So we're going to find out pretty quick how good these dwarves actually are at their jobs or how terrible they might be at their jobs. Why is there just... Are you old enough? Okay, so are your parents dead? No, your mother isn't dead. Is this baby old enough to, like, be on their own, but not old enough to have the non-baby sprite yet? I don't think I've ever noticed that before. That's interesting. Huh. Fascinating. Brewing pigtails and processing pigtails. It's a good time. Good time of season to be a Dwarf. You didn't know they could break their tongues? Chameleons have a small bone in their tongue that I've had described to me as like a slap bracelet, if you remember those. And Ad's about to play and I need to use the restroom, so I'm thinking I'm going to go use the restroom, and then when I get back, I'm going to unsquad all of these squads, and we're going to do some constructions. We're going to do some pretty hefty renovation of this fort. You guys can watch the bears spar, because that's what they're doing, apparently, and I will be back momentarily. Please entertain yourselves for the next 90 seconds or so.
Nuclear vessels.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Cheese for everyone!
I could have timed that better. Ads are still running. Oh well. One of my tomato plants' flowers opened, which is kind of cool. Should go, like, give them a dust. Very hungry grizzly bear woman, who is hanging out with my other grizzly bear woman, who is my captain of the guard. Chat, if this was a cop, would you fear breaking the law? I mean, I already do. But, like, would this make it worse? Because to me it would. Out of tomato flowers? Midnight? I mean, that'll be some weird taste in anything if you made it with flowers. I'm just saying. I need bees to do the happy dance and the flowers first. But tomato paste, probably, actually. Jokes aside, I will probably make tomato paste. I'll probably can it. I did last year. Same with fresh tomatoes and basil tomatoes and tomato soup. I ain't putting no sugar in that, though. That's disgusting. And also, I know that you're joking because of the joke rules of this chat, Midnight. I've made my own ketchup before. I actually have done that. So while that water is draining down... Huh? Oh, no. Did they succeed? Or did they fail? The Braids of Shaking, an unknown civilization. We attacked them. Diego led the attack. Dwarf made a poor plan and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Oh. They clashed with a single goblin. But then, okay, after that, he hatched a cunning plan. They clashed with a single goblin and didn't slay it. They lost a fight to one goblin, okay? He jumped out and went boo, and it startled them. And Diggle Tombfed hatched a stunning strategy, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. They killed that goblin. I guess they just like walked in and like put all their stuff down and were like, well, I guess there's nobody here. This is fine. And then like a goblin jumped out and scared them. That's wild. Anyway, they defeated them and took over Tuft Keys, and the new government was called the Coal of Passing. I do not want to pass coal. I'm good. That sounds horrible. Anyway, I've taken over that spot now. And my dwarves are still my prisoners. Awesome. I'm also going to real quick appoint a messenger here. Somebody who's not currently in the military. How about you? What do you want up here? Want amulets? Am I making amulets? I seem to recall queuing up amulets. I did not. All right. I don't know. Rock, amulet. 3. Make them seasonally. And now that I've got a messenger, I go back to the world map. I'm going to go to this location. We're going to ask for Wolf, Byzantium, Enter Bunny, Serverlord, and Deagle. As well as Oz. Actually, I'm going to ask for most of them back. If I decide I don't want any of them, I can just tell them to leave. What a cunning stunt. I know, right? I don't think I've ever seen that. What's funny is that goblin must have had way better, like, assault stats than my dwarves. Which is just kind of funny in and of itself. Toy axe. Should also make some toys for the kids. Let's just say rock toy. Let's make 10 of them. Some toys for the kids. Can we cut gems? Do we have any gems to cut? Ah, excellent. I also need to, I guess, enable a announcement, because I would like announcements when I take over a location, because currently we're just sitting on default. You feel cold. Let's just go to fort. Discover the site. Travel complaint. I should get... Or I would like a notification when they successfully take over a place. Found a feature! You know, that does read like discovered a bug. Also, gremlins, I would like a site. I would like a pop up and recenter. Snatchers, I would like that. Ambushes, I would like that. Ambushes, I would like that. Migrants, I would like that. Caravan, I would like that. Ambush, I would like that. Noble, I would like that. Well, maybe not noble. These are all things I had enabled before, and now I'm on default settings. So slowly as like... Slowly, as I discover things, I would like to have these pop up again and notify me once again. You know, I miss when Strange Moods would recenter the camera. So I'll re-enable that. That was a default setting in older versions of the game. Job cancellations, pet death. Citizen lost to stress. Aw. There used to be a lot more default notifications turned on in older versions of the game. Like, Chad, is there anything that you always turn on? Like, I like having elections turned on. I like knowing when, like, a mayor gets elected. Like, I seem to remember in, like, version 44, tantrums would always recenter the camera as well. Or at the very least, popped up a lot more. Wedding, I would like to know as well. Local resident creature named, new demand, new mandate. Can't find that. Oh well, whatever. You don't think you've ever looked at that screen? You used to have to go edit a text file outside of the game. So, it used to be a lot more tedious to actually find. I also have a platinum nugget. I'll just make steel bars for all of the pig iron that I have. It's quite a bit, I would assume. Oh, you like turn on the like there is no fish to catch in the nearby swamps, or you turn it off? I like that all of the dwarves up here are just reading. All right, so let's de-squad all of these squads. And also see. Messenger hasn't returned yet. So I'm just going to set all of these squads to off-duty. With the exception of the one that's in the caverns currently, which is this one. Which is Buttsworth's squad. You are going to set to no orders. And I'm going to go up to here. And I'm going to turn off all of this. So these dwarves are finally getting a break. But at the very least, you know, they all now are, at the very least, novice to adequate squaddies. I mean, I feel there's a lot of notifications that you can enable in that screen that make like that makes it impossible to. Oh, there we go. A bunch of dwarves have returned. All these dwarves. Just waiting for my herald. There we go. These are all the dwarves I requested back from that location. There's Server Lord, one of my heralds. There's Enter Bunny, also bringing their gear back. And Daigle. This is basically my good squad, I guess, if you will. And this one's also going to remain no orders. So they'll keep their gear equipped. Sandberg, I am in fact back. Grizzly Squirrel, you'd like a crafts dwarf. Which one do you want? There's Doran or Rigoth. Although one's a stoneworker, so. Spitalier, thanks for the 65th month. You were wondering, what is the optimal way for civilians to have martial training if they want it as a personality trait, but without making them as an integral part of the military? Just make a squad with no uniform and tell them to go wrestle. And Like, you can make your tavern into a barracks. So something that I do sometimes, which I'll probably end up doing in this fort, is double up your tavern as a barracks, and then put a bartender in there, and then just assign your civilian squads to like not equip a uniform and just tell them to wrestle. So you'd like to be the stonecrafter? This one? Married and have 3 kids, including Babby Bones. And you've already you're constantly reliving trauma already? Oh, I see, because you were in the previous fort, I think. Yep, you remember the salty shock. Well, that explains a lot. Okay, wait, do you have swimming skills? I read that as the genocidal model, the geocentric model. That's another skills, isn't it? You are, in fact, a novice swimmer. Well, that explains the trauma. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for our good friend Spitalier, who's kept that sub alive for 65 months? Appreciate you, chats. He finds the chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. He must have loved it in the previous fort, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Often feels envious of others, and does not often feel lustful, and can handle stress. Also, I just want to say I think it's kind of funny that on the video that I uploaded recently, I had a bunch of people saying, you must be brand new to the game if you think that water is scary. And then, like, proceed to actually me about how lava is scarier, and it's like, I have no words. Water is by far the scariest thing in this fucking game. Like, there is nothing scarier than water in Dwarf Fortress. There's some more disturbing things and some things that can end your fort faster, but I usually only, if I'm going to die to hell, it's the last thing that happens in a very successful fort, you know? If I die to water, it's because I absent-mindedly mined the wrong block. You can't really absent-mindedly dig into hell now. Actually, Jess, come on now. And I'd also be willing to bet $1 nobody memeing about cats actually played during the era of cat explosions. Anyway, personally values tranquility and a peaceful day, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and respects the law and dreams of raising a family. Likes orpiment and bismuth, as well as adventuring and crescents and picks and scepters and gigantic squids for their ability to spray ink. The words of the bride of periwinkles and the sight of the amethyst glimmer, when possible, of course, prefers to consume a giant hamster and carambola wine, and absolutely hates oysters. It's funny because, like, I know I wasn't playing when cat explosions were a thing. I remember reading about them vividly, but, like, I certainly wasn't actively playing the game at that point. Yeah, no, that's fair, Omiran. That's fair. That's fair. It's like I could fix all of these moods by just making 2 mist generators, but that's no fun. I want somebody to commit a crime so that I can interrogate all these creatures. This very long beard is neatly combed. And as I said earlier, he was a member of the Salty Shock. And has a small family. And his wife is in the Copper Depths. One of the militia squads. Stay-at-home dads. Oh, you're also in the Copper Depths. Well, and you're also currently reading The Tree for Students, which is a book that consists of an 87-page guide, and it was authored by Telsa. The writing concerns the forest retreat bone lyric, and the writing drives forward relentlessly. Overall, the prose is amateurish at best, and it is coated with nauseating filth. Maybe I might watch them. You've been playing for 4 hours and don't get anything? I know that this is something that often turns people off of games, Redbeardy. Dwarf Fortress is kind of like a Final Fantasy game where you have to play it for like 20 hours before it makes sense. But I have faith. You can get there. The surface rain. Yeah, the surface rains this stuff. Thankfully, all it does is it gives you a very temporary... what's it called? It gives you a very temporary fever that they quickly get over. I was gonna say, is that Rawl who says that? Or is that somebody else? Yeah, I first installed Dwarfport in 2009, but like, I had played Dwarf Fortress when the cats thing happened, but I am convinced that the majority of people talking about cat explosions are just reposting a meme. You know? Because like, I have people unironically tune into my stream and ask if they should still be concerned about them. Or comment that they're happening. And it's like... You're just regurgitating internet stuff that you read once. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. What was this? This is the constructive vestibule, which is a guild hall that I never finished. Shite. Cats do what now? There was a typo bug in the game for a hot second, which wasn't in the game for very long, where cats would actively breed faster than you could slaughter them. And it is a meme. And then somebody modded the game so that cats were hotter than the sun, and thus thermonuclear cat explosions became a meme. Well, that's because turkeys lay like 15 eggs. Like, I've had a cave crocodile explosion before, because they lay like 50. And then suddenly there's just like a billion baby crocodiles everywhere. You're like, what the fuck? Yeah, the drunk cats thing was also a bug that got fixed pretty quick. It was also like a decade ago now, the drunk cats thing. Wait, you're a merchant? Oh, shit. I didn't even clock this originally. So I didn't know this could happen. But that okay. I've had hillixes form before. Hillixes are the little above ground sites that your faction can found if you have a barony, right? But I'm listening and I'm gonna question it, Squizzly. The only like crazy memorable bug that I played through that I will never forget, Death Bagel, was like Goblin's not working is funny, but was the mothers riding their babies, or babies riding their mothers to death when they added mounts. That's the one that sticks, or adventure mode mounts specifically. Anyway, so I didn't know this could happen. I took over that location. Apparently there was already merchants there. Also, this guy's got a great last name. Shield rules. Did you guys know the like locations that you can take over would get merchants in them? I didn't know that. Yeah, some of the reptiles have ridiculous sizes of eggs. Baby jockey? So the TLDR on the babies thing was the only mounts that existed in Dwarf Fortress for a really, really, really long time was enemy sieges. Like, sieges would come in mounted on animals. That was it. And Tarn added mounts to adventure mode. So you could ride around on your livestock in adventure mode. Cool, right? And the way he did that was he made it so that the player takes over the animal AI while the player is on the animal, if that makes sense. But retroactively, that changed how babies being carried by their mother's work. So instead of mother brain carrying baby around because baby brain is walking circles and starved to death, it was mom with baby mounted on mom and baby took over. So essentially babies were like a mind controlling parasite that would starve their mothers to death. And the only way to fix it was like burrowing all of the babies on your food stockpile. Yeah, well, the headless children one is funnier to me because that apparently was in the game as long as the game existed. But the reason nobody noticed was because it was in this description box here in the old UI, which was like that massive wall of text that scared people. Like the white text that was the description of them, it just wouldn't have a skin tone. And there was a pretty good chance that some dwarves as infants wouldn't have a skin tone. And because like when they migrated to the fort and when they added graphics to the game, suddenly there was dwarves just appearing with no skin. I fucking love that. It was great. You just recently found your Weather Mountain series and the first channel and video really clicked with you, and now you're hooked and you love the Gore Tusk. Yay, someone said Gore Tusk. Showing that to all your friends to get them to try into the game. If Gore Tusk doesn't sell them, show them the 10 years following One Dwarf, because that one's also like a very story-focused one. It's a legacy glitch. Yeah, it's along the same lines as like this dwarf who's naked right now, right? The reason this dwarf is here and this dwarf is naked is because this dwarf just migrated somewhere that didn't have a culture. So if you have like naked elves in your tavern, they're not just like, uh-oh, I got a child who's gone insane. They're not just like strippers, like everybody likes to joke about. They're actually just, they don't have a faction that has a clothing assigned. So it's either a faction that was created after World Gen finished, or it's a mercenary group, or they're outsiders. And if they're outsiders and they don't have a faction, then they don't have a uniform dictated to them by the game, so they show up naked. Nobody fucking noticed when there was no graphics in the game. I'm sure somebody did, but like, it never got brought up because like, why would you go clicking on every single one of your random visitors? You know? Anyway, I'm gonna send these merchants back because I don't really want them. Go to Thrifty Keys. How many merchants did I get? I saw a dwarf tell the story of the ceremony held by the Hammers of Dance in Ringglazed as part of the Just Festival in the early autumn of 248. Creative Olive. Ancient history. Man, and that one's pissed! Yeah, you can leave too. The Hammerer showing up wearing 8 cloaks and nothing else. I don't think that's a bug, though. That's just a really greedy dwarf, isn't it? I mean, if that's a bug, please correct me, but I don't think that's a bug. Okay, so this is an abandoned elven forest retreat with a shit ton of books. Swallow and the Savage Hearth? Okay, so first off, the Savage Hearth is just a really good, like, series of words put together. But what? All right, well, I guess we're gonna send a bunch of squads to, you know, go get books. So this is the beauty of this fortress. If I just type in explore, these are all dwarves now that are leaving the map, including my chief medical dwarf, to go get books. Go get booked, dwarves. Go get booked. Like the ones with 7, 8 crowns. See, that one I would just find a little bit more as a problem. But if a dwarf just wants to wear 12 shirts, like, let him, I say. Let him! I remember once noticing a dwarf was moving really slowly. And I was like, why are you so slow? And then I clicked on them and looked at their inventory and realized they were wearing about 40 lead pieces of jewelry. It's like, you living life on hard mode, mate. You truly are just living life on hard mode. They're chilly. Yeah, exactly. They're cold. They need some, like, material warmth. Okay, so up here, I'm trying to just decide what to do with this space. I think the actual answer is just a bunch of different barrackses, but it's too nice looking. Maybe a nicer dormitory back here. With, like, maybe actual rooms in it. Their training weights? Exactly. Yeah, no, he's resistance training. Of course, of course. 100% just resistance training, right? Unrelated. Why is the game playing the fighting music? No, it's just Life of Adventure. Okay, it's the fighting music in adventure mode, but it just plays for no reason in sport mode. I am using DF Hack. Is the reality. Download JPG. Cat on Alt. Is this a, like, cat on Venus kind of thing? Or like a cat on the moon? My brain immediately went to cat on Uranus, but that just seems mean. Hi, Cat. What's up, friends? What's up, nerds? How's things? If you guys don't know Cat on Mars, you should go give Cat a follow. Go click on that heart. Perfect timing, too. An ad break just started. Hopefully it didn't start for any of the raiders. But hello, everybody. Hope I've been big chillin'. Yeah, I mean, I've like, you know, I'm fully moved in to the new place at this point. I still live in the same province, but I bought a place. I am just chilling and trying to not look at the news. That's been me. And just, you know, living the YouTube video making life and streaming when I can. As much as I can. Because I like to. In YouTube chat, I had to abandon my last fort because it got flooded while it was... It got flooded while it was tired. Oh no. You expelled everyone in the fort and then assigned it to... And then you assigned the mayor to... Goddamn it, it early. Oh, I'll rip. We'll read the other half of that when you write it. The population is steadily dropping. Yeah, everybody's leaving actively. Huh. So because the grizzly bear people aren't officially part of my faction yet, it considers everything that they left with stolen. Maybe that's why it played. That's funky. Huh. Wild. Is that a crime so you can interview folks now? No. No, that's not considered a crime. It's wild. Anyway, sorry. Some weird interactions happening in this fort. But to anybody coming in from Cat on Mars, I'm Greg. I stream too much Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes chat lets me play other video games. I am freeing slaves from local sites that are mutated Frankenstein's monsters, and those sites also happen to have a shit ton of books, so I'm also stealing books, which is why I have 352. The goal of this fort is to put as many dwarves as possible into the military and then fight everybody. So, that's it. It's just prejudice against bear people? I guess so. They aren't in the faction but can be in the military? So they've joined the faction, but they're still like technically part of two factions, right? Like they've joined this site, but it still causes weird things to happen sometimes. So I'm just sitting here hoping they come back. They also apparently stole mugs. I love the fact that those bears never put down the mugs, though. That part's funny. Because they're technically part of two factions right now, right? To just log in? I mean, using Brave is the first mistake. But I grew to really dislike Brave. I used it for several years. It is weird, though, that you had to do that. I don't know. You have to use Chrome for work? I have Chromium installed. But that's... the only time I ever actually use it is if I'm trying to, like, figure out why something isn't working. It's like if it refuses to work in every other browser, I just load it up in Chromium and go, what wrong? Please fix. I mean, I have a Google account. But yeah, I don't know. I liked Brave for a time. But I don't like Brave much these days. Man, that's taking a while to drain. Well, it'll get there eventually. I'm also gonna actually just make a floodgate. Let's do a rock floodgate, I guess. Let's just do 3 of them, because I'm not going to need many. Make them out of shale. This is all claystone down here. Should probably mine out more of this, actually. By mine out more of this, I mean just, like, all of this. I seem to feel like at this point there isn't such a thing as a lightweight browser. Like, unless you're using a fork of something that strips everything out, nothing is a lightweight browser. Like, I use LibreWolf, which is really lightweight now. But that's just like forked, stripped down Firefox. Yeah, it's fair refresh. Browish is a fun browser. Not a browser, but I always tell people that you should try using Stract as a search engine, just because I'm that kind of nerd. Yeah, like I don't at this point. If you want to use a lightweight browser, you have to go install like Windows 98 and then run early versions of Netscape in like your own private network so that you don't get obliterated off of the internet by every single thing in the world that's just going to turn you into a botnet. But like, that's in my opinion, that's the only way to truly have like an even remotely light browser in the current year. is to just relive the days when they made those. You know what's funny is like when I used Brave SCJ, I did actually enable their like splash screen ads on the new Windows and left the basic attention token on. And over the span of like 4 years of using that browser, I made like $600 in Ethereum, which is sitting in a wallet somewhere. But like actually though, the reason I stopped using Brave was Leo got really annoying, which is their AI nonsense. Pre-Netscape for at least. That's why I said early. Laxcan, hello. Hello, hello, hello. I don't care. If they're going to put it in the browser, I don't want to use the browser. SCJ. Also, when I started using Brave was actually a lightweight browser. It's not anymore. It feels like using Vivaldi or Opera. It's like... I think it might just be a Chrome issue at this point. So, I liked that browser for a while. No, not anymore. Doesn't matter, SCJ. They're gonna re-enable it at some point. Basically, like, I'm done with corporate browsers and I'm just never gonna use them again. I'll use forks of open source browsers. It has not been a thing since April 2023.
Hope you're having a good day.
Today. Mega Crafters! I am having a pretty good day. I'm just gonna keep stating what I stated, SCJ. I think Brave is terrible and you shouldn't use it. But if it works for you, use it. Dwarfs is coming back. Let's see how many books are in this list. I'll pause this and show you what the browser that I use. Or I've been using. The browser with so many security features, I had to turn half of them off. Like, it had enough things in it that I was like, all right, I'm turning off your extreme fingerprinting options because, like, anti-fingerprinting options because, like, this is ridiculous. I'd like to know what time it is in my Twitch timestamps, thanks. But yeah, if some things don't work, just go into their security settings and turn half them off. So this is an empty location and I'm just taking books. So each book can be carried by a dwarf, so one dwarf per book. This is how we're going to clear locations of books. To give you like a tiny bit of backstory without relaying the same points today, I don't like making that kind of content. Specifically, videos that rely on free work done by viewers, because it does two things that I don't like. It incentivizes certain types of designs, which I actually think restricts creativity after a while. And also, people tend to watch big, impressive things. There is a limit to the big, impressive things that people can see that impresses them and makes them eventually just get bored. It turns off some people because they go, oh, I'll never be able to build that. And the whole point of the series was, at the beginning, was I was just going to give people advice on their forts. And, like, it turned into a rat race of people putting thousands of hours into their forts. And it worked when Dwarf Fortress was brand new and people were constantly sharing saves. And then it got to a point where it was just like 3 people sending in probably not even legitimately made, like, DF hack or item duped massive mega forts. And it's like, yeah, I could look at those all day, but I don't really like that. And people just stopped sending in forts. And it was not a series that I made of my own volition. It was a series made because chat bullied me into making it. It aged out quickly. People stopped watching it, and I stopped wanting to make it very fast because I never really did in the first place. So I'm glad that it's a thing that people have gotten value out of, especially in hindsight, but like, I don't think it's a positive thing in the grand scheme. Tilla, hello. Sounds like a proper start to a Caves of Cud run, though, I would say, SCJ. Which is why now, like, I guess what I try to do with the YouTube channel is instead of encouraging people to make things that I wouldn't make, I try to just encourage people to play the game in ways that I think are sustainable in the long term to keep the game interesting, which is, like, you know, what I do with the story videos, right? Self-imposed limitations or themes for forts and trying to role play and tell stories instead of just, you know, profiting off of other people's free labor, I guess. In YouTube chat, I have a question of sorts. Any advice on how to catch a giant sperm whale? Nope, never done it. You're still learning, but you have been obsessed ever since reading the wiki on the butcher output. Yeah, I've never done it, never seen one without DF hack. I've never seen a normal sperm whale, let alone a giant sperm whale. So good luck. I saw a shark once. It left the map before I had the chance to even try to catch it. You have to drain the ocean and catch it in a cage trap. Is literally what you have to do. So good luck. Zombie. Request Dwarf plus. Thanks, Hilmarin. It's very kind of you. So am I calling it Can't Find My Zombie? Specifically? Everybody's redeeming everything. They found the... Can I read the description before I save the game, Sandberg? She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, often feels envious of others, tends to think before acting, is quick to anger, and is somewhat quarrelsome, and is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She enjoys the company of others and isn't particularly curious about the world, somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and acts with compassion. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She is currently more anxiety-prone and distrustful, and takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised. When she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She dreams of ruling the world, and personally doesn't have a preference between tranquility and tumult, and likes crystallite and iron and amber opal, as well as grizzly bear tooth, alpaca wool, rope reed paper, and the color dark scarlet. And toy axes. And the words of the Bride of Periwinkles, and when possible prefers to consume durian, dwarven rum, and parsnip seeds, and apples, and hates roaches. I like that it's a human who likes dwarven rum. That's kind of neat, actually. Read the military tab. She's killed 5 grizzly bears. I remember doing this initially when they first arrived, and I knew it was something, but not much. So the reason I think that they were fighting an assault so much in Legends is likely because the location they were in was getting attacked, not that they were actually a soldier. Because they don't... I mean, they're a competent swordsman and maceman, but... they're also God knows how old, so I don't know. It's nice content, but what you say are all valid points, especially for a creator who values his own work and creativity, and you're relatively new as a fan. You also need to remember that, like, if you go back to that era of my YouTube videos, that was when I was going from being broke and living paycheck to paycheck, barely scraping by doing this for a living, to suddenly being financially stable and having a bigger audience that I knew what to do with, and I think I'd worked like 60 days in a row or something. I was streaming 11 hours a day and then recording videos in the evening. And it's funny to me reading comments that pop up on some of those videos now where they're just like, why are you talking so fast? It's like, you have no idea. You have no idea. It's because that was the 9th video I made that evening. Speaking of videos, the game's saving, so I don't need to do it manually. Yay! Also, I'm opening up another can of this. It's not that high in caffeine. Don't freak out. That'll probably give you a disease, SCJ. But yeah, as far as like catching sea creatures goes, somehow you need to entrap them in a space. You can do that by draining the ocean, but that will kill them. So if the goal is to breed whatever you're trying to catch, you have to like basically drain a portion of the ocean and build drawbridges underwater, more or less, or be able to drain a part of the ocean and then get them in a cage trap or a aquarium. It's not easy at all and requires a fuck ton of luck. When you're looking at the wiki and reading articles about things like sperm whales or sharks, back in the day there was way less animals in the game. So in a world where Dwarf Fortress has hundreds and hundreds of animals now, the odds that you happen to get a map that happen to have whales that also happen to have giant whales is exceptionally unlikely. Like if you go back to version 31, I think, right when the game was still early in 3D, it was only 64 layers deep back then. And the layers worked very differently, and so did World Gen. So all animals would spawn on an ocean, and like in about 20 minutes in version 31, I could find you a whale. In version 50, good luck. You're more likely to see, I don't know, a squid. So, my name's in there, Sandberg, because they watched my tutorials as, like, a resource, which I genuinely find very, very, very flattering. Right, now I need to go back to here and check something. How many books does this library have in it now? 406, nice. How many were we able to get? Oh, there. Did I make a dent? Nope. No, I did not. Bearded odor and meal. That's the name of a thing. So this is the Pleated Terror. Now the question is, do I want to build a bigger defense before I start invading things, or no? That is the question that I currently have sitting here. Because I'm not positive on what I should do. Because currently nobody knows that I'm here. Nobody's spotted me yet. Queen Howls. What a foreboding name. Where Beauty? Oh boy, that's a bad sign. I'm gonna Where Beauty. Hey look, some dark kobold pits of Drotthrillin. Should probably go kill them so that I can get some easy training. I'm actually not joking. I'm gonna go kill them so I can get some easy training. All locations are inaccessible. You're on the side of a mountain. I mean, if you're in a completely enclosed space, then yeah. You might be able to leave through the caverns if you have cavern access, but that can happen sometimes, yeah. Kobold's language is entirely contextual, meaning they can only speak with each other if they happened to be near somebody else at the time of creating the word. Basically, like, they speak an improvised language that they have no way of replicating, which is why they start killing each other the second, like, you walk into the map with them. Which also happens to make them very easy targets if you want to, you know, murder them all. Also, thanks for the follows, by the way. And for the almost 300 people here on Twitch, and for the... waiting for the YouTube views to update. It takes a while. 166 people watching on YouTube. Appreciate you guys. I missed this. So this currently is a temple. This currently is unfinished. This is all shale. Thank you, Lanix. Appreciate you. Oh, also, I'm just going to say this out loud at some point, just in case this person hears. To the person who hangs out at the brewery that's close to where I live, who knows where I am and hasn't introduced themselves, I know you know who I am. Bartender told me. It's her fault. So, I heard a third-hand story from somebody, which I thought was really funny. There's a brewery that I go to a couple times a week. And when I was walking in there, or I walked in there and there was this couple sitting outside and the guy had like this deer in the headlights look for a second there. I just kind of said hi and walked in. And then a couple days later, I was there again and the bartender asked if that person had said hi to me. And I was like, no. And her response basically was like, well, I think he watches your stuff because he keeps going on about, like, do we know what his real name is? And stuff like that. And I genuinely think that's hysterical. So, like, yes, people know what my real name is. It's also my email, pro tip. So if you want to figure out what my real name is, just go look at my email. Anyway, I think I'm going to move, or maybe put an addition onto the library that's going to be all of this. I am internet famous. It's become more obvious as of late, which is kind of wild. Like, I never got recognized where I lived previously, and I get recognized here quite a lot. So, it's obviously Earl. Definitely, the Earl of Dwarfness. That being said, I could go for a sandwich, so maybe I'll just like skip a few steps and be the Earl of Sandwich. Let's jump up top. You thought everyone used their real name as their YouTube name that you do? The Fearmonger? Is your real name the Fearmonger? The Fearmonger? Or is your first name The? And your last name's Monger, so thus your middle name would be Fear? You must have terrified your parents, mate. There's a sizable chunk of that is location-based. I think actually what it is, DS, is I previously lived somewhere that didn't actually have a lot of native English speakers. because the place I lived previously was a lot of immigrants, like recent immigrants, and like people that just don't speak the language. So because I'm not making content in Punjabi, I think that the result is now I just have like a much higher likelihood of running into somebody who could theoretically be in like the 1.5 million or whatever people who hear my voice per month. I'm pretty sure that's actually what it is. It just catches me off guard a lot. Ended up your real name? Well, the name you go by, right? Okay. Getting all this done. I really like, I think claystone is underrated. I really think claystone is underrated. I mean, look at this stuff. It's such a good color. Like, truly. Are you identified as specimen number Radbug85? Claystone is dark mode fort? Wait, then what would light mode fort be? Oh, I guess it would be microclimate, right? Caravan has arrived. Man, that dwarf is so much eyebrow they don't have a forehead left. This is interesting. They're a citizen of this civilization, but they don't have a home. I keep expecting a queen to just show up on this map. Let's see how this attack on the kobold place went. Some ads are about to play. I will stay on this screen until the ads are done. We snuck in undetected and stole treasure. What did we get? What did we get from the kobolds? Chat, any bets on what we got from the kobolds? What do you think? My bet is like a sock and a ring. Maybe like a mortar and pestle. Copper short sword and 25 copper arrows? Man, those are ambitious kobolds. Well, I guess it is a goblin site, so. I should demand surrender and occupy, actually, is what I should do. Hold on. Who's the most pissed off dwarf in the fort right now? Ted, great. Ted and a bunch of children. Well, that's not so good. Lolar, what squad are you in? Just gonna stick all the children inside and turn the burrow on. You and, I don't know, some other random newbies go and take over this kobold place. Just demand surrender and occupy. Man, getting a toy boat would be so good. I really like when you get instruments made by them, actually, because sometimes if you raid kobold locations, you'll find their instruments. They are only capable of making and playing percussion instruments, and they always have funny kobold names. It's like the dwarves can never learn how to use them, but like sometimes you'll find a little kobold drum, and it'll be like a dun-da-dun or something. Or dun-da-dundis. Which is crazy. Are any usernames left in YouTube chat? Because they said 1.5 million people per month hearing someone's voice. That's actually a bit of an exaggeration. I think it's probably closer to 1 million. But between Twitch and YouTube. But the wild thing is that I only actually talk to a person maybe twice a week. Like in a face-to-face kind of discussion. Like, not counting the, like, checkout line at the grocery store, I maybe have a conversation with another human being in person once or twice a week. It is a good name for a drum, which is why I said it. Although if I were to name a drum, I would name it Dun 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 Dun. Okay, let's go with Shale Floodgate. And it's also time to trade, so we should trade. Actually, I have a pile of clothing. I'll keep all the new stuff, though. Just get rid of all the used stuff. I could very easily make this into a copy press fort where we just copy books. But I don't think I can sell scrolls. No, okay. Scrolls are contraband, but books I could trade. I'm sorry, what is that crown made of? Fire Imp Nail Crown. Zacher, hello. Using weird instruments, kobold music stuff is great. Oh, that's neat. I like creative channels. Creative channels are fun. Whenever there's weird, like, splints and things made out of bizarre material, I always just kind of, like, look at it like, what? Really? I don't really have much in the way of trading stuff. Screw it, we'll sell that. I don't need that. I mean, I downloaded a custom car model for Trackmania once. Does that count? If that counts, then yes, I did that. I did, in fact, download a car. You'd download a bear. I once downloaded a the album that Gary Newman wrote once that included the song Cars. So you could say that I downloaded plural cars, in fact. So the Outpost Liaison. Just curious if you have a location. So the Outpost Liaison is coming from my previous fort. I'm really starting to think that nobody in this fortress, like, has a home. Or nobody in this faction has a home at all. Just the way they've been operating. Would I download 100 gorillas? So I once played Sim Safari, which had gorillas in it, I think. So that game wasn't very good, so I would not download that game again. Although I think I have the disc for it somewhere. They brought a horse? Why? They brought a fancy steel pick? A beer barrel and a very expensive empty barrel? It's a very fancy pick. I'm sorry, polar bear lung? Wow. I'll buy that meat, because it's not that expensive. Same with the fish. See if I can trade right on the yellow line. Nope. Okay, fine. They seem to be happy with the trading. We're still waiting on a few more items, but it is fine. Also, let's go here and just type in arrows, because apparently there's arrows on the ground, and might as well sell those. Yeah, you are, what's it called? Games Workshop's worst nightmare, right? Ice Blue? Can I just say that an Ender is a funny name for a brand of 3D printer purely because they're just Endering, like, Games Workshop? I'm skimming the YouTube chat. Also, Fupa Troopa says, "Fire Imp Nails, you got a Buffalo Bill in your fort?" I don't think so. Cthulhu Dancing meets with the Outpost Liaison, and they say, "I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share." They've updated my civilization and world info. I don't really want to murder the surface because the surface is evil and also untamed wilds, so it's terrifying. So I'm going to go easy on them and not do that. They want ammunition and amulets. Noted. Speaking of that, I should probably check what's on the surface right now. Giant sparrows. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna fuck with that. Not gonna fuck with that more than I need to. Now I've got some yak hair as well as some ammunition, which I know they don't want till next year, but we'll give them a bonus for this year. And I have very little money to spend, so I will buy the tin and the bronze. Thank you much. And then what can I do with that over here? Pig iron, hematite, none. Cool. Let's just make steel alongside of the hematite and the pig iron. Of unofficial minis for 40K, like 80 gigabytes. Oh boy. I think the term that I would use is fan-created minis. I feel like this is the year that a bunch of my friends are also getting into 40K for some reason. I know a couple of people that have gotten into 40K, but none of them are getting into current 40K. It's all like buying used minis that are like years out of print, which I feel like is a more expensive way to do it, but what do I know? Inspired by Asterisk. Got it. Checks out. Okay, so let's see how this siege attempt went. The Abyssal Torch defeated Drothrulin of an unknown civilization and took over searched scourges, and the new government was called the Comedic Tomb Fortress? Really? They called it the Comedic Tomb Fortress. They decided to do that. I didn't. That wasn't me. The funny tomb. We're all dead and it's funny. Also, thanks, Kyle, in YouTube chat. Fortress of Clowns, I suppose. I suppose. I mean, Battle Fleet Gothic? Or is Battlefield Gothic like a inspired by thing? All right, well, we've got the Comedic Tomb Fortress. Of course, the ones that all have swimming skill are the ones that came from my previous fort. Oh, my messenger was one of the dwarves I sent out of the fort. That's funny. All right, well, we've got 2 locations now. Means this dark goblin pit is going to notice us sooner than later. Just kind of, wait, what was that called? Rumor Hell. That's just high school. Wondrous Mountains is a once dwarven fort, I presume. The Dark Fortress of Evil Lock. Truth about the gutter. More denial. That's the most human book I've seen. Dark Pits. This one might be a fun one to go clear. I'm gonna go clear a few locations. Like I said earlier, I'm mostly looking for empty places. I might go take over this one as well. There's a few kobold-owned places, and kobold places are easy to take over. I'm gonna send this place to go raid them. And you to go raid them. Yeah, but they said battlefield, not battlefleet. Battlefleet Gothic is my favorite, like, 40k video game, but I'm not a 40k person or Warhammer person in the slightest in real life. I don't mind the video games. I was thinking about this the other day. I'm kind of shocked and amazed that nobody has done a 40k equivalent of what BattleTech did with BattleTech. Like, does that make sense? There isn't like a empire builder game that largely tries to replicate the rules of 40k that I'm aware of. Like, there's smaller scale stuff, right? You know, Battlefleet Gothic, like the minis, Noleman, is the only 40k thing I've looked at and thought about it. You know, like do I want to spend $200 on that cool-ass statue? And then I go, no, it's just a fucking cool-ass statue. Why do I need that anyway? I'm not going to play that game. What the fuck? When Dreadnoughts were unwanted, they were selling for like $5 on eBay. You think you bought like 40 of them? Wow. That's cool. It's a good price to pay for those things, though, Clockwork. The appropriate response, what, just slow exhale? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, relatively recently, one of the things that made me do that was there's a record store in town. Uh-oh, there's blood on the ground. Darius, why is your blood on the ground? Excellent. Chat room, we got a tantrumer. And sorry, Darius is injured. It seems a child scratched him in the head. I can now interrogate people. Even though the crime was committed by a child. I'm going to go interrogate Ted. And, ooh. Should I interrogate the necromancer creatures or just the necromancer? Like, I'm gonna interrogate the other prophet. What was your name though? It was like started with an S, right? Yeah, Sinam. This one. was going to say, is my captain of the guard even on the map currently? Yes, you are. So my bear, who's my captain of the guard. I'm not much of a decision maker, she says. I forgot that we renamed her pet donkey to Green-Eyed Donk, so I've remembered that. You've never seen the crime mechanic in action before? It's going to be like a third of the next big video I'm making, so you'll see a bunch of it. You know, this bear seems like a good captain of the guard, but I'm suddenly realizing a problem. For some reason, the bears move real slowly. I don't know why. They just do. Are you going to be able to catch this person? Like, you're going to have to get lucky and corner them in the stairs or something. Okay, well, you caught this person. It's a very slow cop. You can just outwalk her. But she also feels a lack of decent meals. Well, I guess we should start cooking. Bismuth, what kind of dwarf would you like? The first, so my bear attempted to make intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was cagey and refused to comply. In retrospect, the interrogator may have completely misjudged the subject's character. So, no offense to my bear here, but my bear is real bad at interrogating people, right? So we're going to train this bear's interrogation. Thankfully, she has a pet donkey. So, I'm going to get her to just interrogate her donkey for a bit. And that'll train up her interrogation and intimidation skills. And then when we finally do need to interrogate somebody, she'll be more successful. Either bearded blacksmith or engraver. I don't think I have any of those things. I got a bearded stonecutter who's cooking currently. Does that work? The bear person has a pet donkey, yes. Named Green-Eyed Donk. Yeah, they did, didn't they, Camille? I almost played that game, but they didn't send me a key and I didn't feel like spending $50 on it, and I was worried I wouldn't finish it in regards to Aliens Dark Descent in YouTube chat. It's going to be a very difficult interrogation. Just don't get kicked in the forehead and it's fine, Easy-Edo. It's fine. You'll take a metal crafter? I don't think I have a metal crafter that has a beard. I don't have a metal crafter that has a beard. So, I don't have any weaponsmiths. Don't have any armor smiths. Also doesn't have a beard, so stonecutter is literally the closest thing to any of the requests that you've made so far. What questions are you going to make to Donkey? Why are you so stubborn? You'll take the stonecutter? Okay. A lot of the jobs are also screwed up in this fort because everybody's like in the military, so. He is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. He is impolite and inconsiderate of property and is slow to anger. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and is a friendly individual. He often acts with compassion and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. And he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. You definitely came from the previous fort. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with, he tends to avoid physical confrontations, and he likes to take it easy. That's where I got screwed up. Tries to do things correctly each time and often feels discouraged. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much. anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally hates those who wield power over others. Mood. And believes that peace is always preferable to war. Does not care about friendship, does not really value skills related to fighting, doesn't really value merrymaking, and dreams of creating a great work of art. I mean, there was one time I accidentally tried to interrogate someone who was dead. Are any usernames left? And the dwarf would try and interrogate the ghost, but then whenever the ghost would disappear, the dwarf would cancel the job and then fail to interrogate, and it was quite frustrating, but also very funny. Salvage Keck, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you much. Jack, can I get a big round of beers? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Seriously, though, like, I know that a lot of people who watch my stuff mostly just watch the YouTube videos, but, like, at the end of the day, this channel exists on Twitch and YouTube because of this Twitch channel, so thank you. Like, I wouldn't be able to afford to do this full-time if I just did YouTube, so thank you. Appreciate you. Erdum likes native aluminum, light pewter, varicite and tube wood, black bear leather, and cabinets and catapult parts and caper bushes and for their buds and for their buds and berries and the sound of the flax and lilac, and when possible, he prefers to consume one-humped camel cheese and parsnip wine and can't stand lizards. He is married and has a daughter named Ast. Did your wife? Yep, your wife also came from the previous fort. And you're on friendly terms with a dwarf who doesn't live here anymore. Welcome to the fort. Sorry it was difficult to find one that fit your needs, but... Actually, let's do this. This is going to be a military dormitory. So when they're training, they'll sleep in here. Do I have any statues at the moment? No, I don't. Don't really have any novelty materials. How deep does my viewpoint go right now? Not all that deep. How deep does the map go? Down to -12. We start on layer 44. First cavern layer is at what? Okay, yeah, this is a really thin map. I remember this. We're just going to dig down to the cavern layer. To the lower cavern layer. I want to know what's down there. We must know. Let's go down to layer 0. Go get him, Gimli. Gimli's got a funny looking beard. Trying to make a screw pump? Are you saying, like, how do you queue them up? You can make them out of wood or metal or glass, but if you're making them out of glass, they're called a tube. I don't know what you mean by where to find. They're usually put in a, I think, finished goods stockpile. Whereas screw pumps are usually placed in weapon trap stockpiles, like in the weapon stockpile. You've discovered what? You've discovered an expansive caravan deep underground. Ah. Whoa. It's not very often you find just completely empty cave structures. Well then. Yeah, not even any mud. Just empty. Also, this is limestone, so that's actually very useful. And a dwarven child has been taken by a fey mood. We'll get teleported to where they're going in a second. One of my squads has done the returning. We attacked... The Hammers of Dance attacked Shared Reach Dis of an unknown civilization, and the dwarf Ineth crested figures led the attack. The defenders were led by an elf. The dwarf crested figures outmatched the elf with a cunning plan. And it seems the elf was struck down, and they looted treasure from this place. From Future Glisten. Got some arrows. Got a chalk Lucachibus. See, this is what I mean by kobold weapons. Or kobold items. We got a kobold instrument of sorts. Made of chalk. It's a Lucachibus. What the heck is a Lucachibus? Let's find out. A Lucachibus is a type of drum. It is a mid-sized handheld percussion instrument. It consists of a stone bar, and the musician plucks the bar? Define pluck in this sense. Is it just like a hollow tube that you smack on a wall?
Nobody expects
maybe?
Dwarvish Inquisition. Crypt metal, crypt L, crypt R, crypt beer, crypt bongo, crypt gun, crypt happy, crypt wine.
Mr. Boy, Volkodov, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for a 7th month. Springy tension. It's got to like... I'm going to be generous here. Maybe you take 2 of them and you bonk them together. And they make like a boing sound. Like, you know those tubes that you flip and they go... That kind of thing, but like... in a percussion instrument of sorts? I have questions. Chats, can I get a round of beers for you keeping that sub alive? That's like the ruler on energy of True. That's a valid point. I hadn't contemplated that. Because they do make kind of a sound if you do it right. Why are the values color-coded like that? You've never seen that before. In what menu, Jesus? But it does state that it has a mid-high pitch. Volkadav. But I don't know. It could also be like a triangle. But the weird part of it isn't like the fact that it makes a sound. The weird part of it is that it makes a sound that also is referred to as being plucked. So... anyway, my bear is now interrogating Ted, so... just an annoying sound maker. I like that the child here who's in a strange mood has no workshop. Do I need to make you a craft store shop by chance? It looks like it. I am under the assumption I need to make you a craft store shop. So I will dig out some space and make one. Is a lithophone made of stone, though? Well, it would specify it's a keyboard if it was a keyboard. And the personality screen. Oh, the reason it's the reason it's color coded in the personality screen, like in bismuths, is when dwarves go through noteworthy events in their life, positive or negative, so reoccurring thoughts, which can be seen in this, like empathy, remembering seeing a bard's dead body and became more altruistic and learned to disdain power. Like, you can go through and see what they were with a bit more specificity in here. You can see them in recent thoughts, remembering. When they finish the remembering of the thought and it changes their personality, it's listed in purple in here. Same with here and here. So the reason this dwarf has a bunch of this stuff is because this dwarf was a citizen in my last fortress as of the year 1056, maybe earlier potentially, probably 1056. And this fort didn't start until 3 years after that. So this dwarf was in the last handful of years of the video that I put up the other day. So a lot of these memories are before I even started this fort. And then this dwarf moved here and maintains that personality that they've developed. Jurist will remember this precisely. And Hippo Shio, thank you very much for that Prime. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. 1 Prime at a time. Litho equals stone. Oh, they make a stonophone? I mean, I don't know what a lithophone is, which is why I'm trying to figure it out. And the kiddo here goes and claims this. So you're now going to make a Craftsdwarf artifact. Bloodthorn logs, you grabs. Bloodthorn logs. Also, speaking of monies, I'm going to throw a super chat goal on the YouTube stream. Don't worry about it too much. It's mostly there because I hear it helps the algorithm. It's a sound. It's a very sounding device. Let me say that much. Oh, more squads is coming back. We explored Dirt Curse. Is it a stone phone? I guess I need to look up what a lithophone is. It seems we have searched this place. The Abyssal Torch has searched this place. Different Fractures, My Love. The Castle of Colors is a really good name. Which is the name of that location. Like, that sounds like something from like a Lovecraft book. I've also got lungfish roasts. Lovely. Xylophone, but made of stone. Yeah, but you don't pluck that. So the entire reason why I'm sitting here going, what in the fuck that device is because it's stated that you pluck it. It's not the fact that it's an instrument made of stone that's confounding me here. Plenty of instruments have stone components. What's confounding me is that it is described as being plucked. If you got goblin nails, maybe. Yeah, true. Maybe goblin nails are just really dense. But this is a kobold instrument, so not goblin. It has a kobold name, so it's a kobold culture instrument. So we got one mission still out. I'm just gonna go and murk this place and raise it. I know it's Help Echo, but I'm gonna call it Help Echo. Because if I run it all together into one word, it sounds funnier to me. So this is full of giant cave spider silk webs. This is fine. If it said almost anything else, it would make more sense to me. It's specifically the fact that it states that it's plucked. If it was literally anything else, it would make more sense to me. What does plucked mean? I can't believe I'm doing this. This is a hair tie. I am plucking... Sorry. This is a hair tie. I am plucking the hair tie. That's what plucking is in an instrument sense. You could also pluck something by pulling... Like plucking a hair would be like pulling a hair out. Plucking. Well, you have to clip it for it to be a short. Bah. So, I don't know if this is something to be celebrated or something that I should be concerned about, because are any usernames left in the YouTube chat just gave me $5 and said, I've been watching YouTube for 17 years and this is my first super chat. So it's like when you use chalk on a chalkboard. That's true. Maybe like they're tapping it against something. Maybe it's just like, okay, here's an idea. Maybe this instrument is just a piece of chalk that you bang on a chalk wall and it makes a thunking sound. Well, Cradle of Filth would need to take their own ego out of their ass first, because it's so far up there it can't see daylight anymore. So probably never Bonesaw. Anyway, hi Bonesaw, how are you? I do like Cradle of Filth, but like, that's one of the most egotistical nightmare bands of all time. It's up there with Ghost. Is long and pluckable? Find me a stone that contorts in a way that it can be defined as being plucked, and then I'll agree. Maybe does chalk have an elasticity score in Dwarfort? That isn't a joke. That's actually like a genuine question. Also, I need to check if that child is making that artifact. You must have logs. Oh, you need rough gems. The heck is a gallium? Is this one of those things that I would hear about if I watched more Nile Red videos? Uh-oh. Oh. I guess that's gonna stop right there. Let's just stop taking that. Just looking for rough gems. Rough gems, rough gems, rough gems. Isn't the problem with like encrusting all the gems you get is then suddenly you find yourself in a spot where you need rough gems and you're like, ah, shit, I need rough gems. What else do you need here, kiddo? Oh, also bones. I'm gonna butcher one of the mama grizzlies. Going back to housework. We'll see you later, wizard. Thanks for the lurks, if you're lurking. Otherwise, we'll see you when we see a friend. Although on the topic of money, it only costs 1 penny in bits to get number 1 or number 2 on the bits leaderboard, not number 1. Number 2 to get on the bits leaderboard, and you only need to gift 2 subscriptions to get onto the gift sub leaderboard. Just saying. But thanks for all the resubs today. Get a feeling of deja vu when you were last here. Nile Red was a topic of conversation. I feel like Nile Red just posted a teaser for the next big video, so you know. We're getting there. Tis the time. Is that ore right there? Yes, it is. I shall mine it. It will be mine. Okay, speaking of mine. Did I make you... Okay, you are a particular dwarf who does this. Okay, let's just remove that top one. Update everything. Okay, let's just make like... Chat, we have steel. What should be the steel weapon of choice for this fort? I mean, steel hammers are terrible, but... All right, I'm not going to listen to chat because they don't know what a good steel weapon is. We're going to go with steel spears. Not adamantine ballista arrows. Haven't done that in a while. Yeah, chat's like, possibly the worst thing you could make out of steel. Speaking of, another squad has just returned. 2 have, actually. Help Echo. Dagal led the attack, and the dwarf outmatched a human, follower of Ortist? Domain Saber, with a cunning plan, and the attacker had a strong positional advantage. Can dwarves do whips? Not without mods. That's a human weapon. I don't like whips, actually. Dwarf foot was smashed. Ooh. Ozanthium lost or got an injured foot. The human tunnel follower was struck down. We destroyed the location, rampaged throughout, and looted treasure. What did we get? Speaking of whips, we just got a whip. And a frilly badger leather glove. And Greylanger Bone Skuku Picus, which is definitely another instrument. It's a fancy crutch and a fancy flask. What the heck was that? The name of that thing? It was an instrument. I got another kobold instrument that we can argue over for the next 20 minutes. Excellent. I now have content once again. There it is. Greylanger Bone Skuku Picus. Skukupukus? Skukupukus or Skukupicus? It's a large Greylanger Skukupicus. The triangle is made from Greylanger bone. The hammers are made from native platinum. The Skukupicus is a small handheld percussion instrument. It consists of a bone triangle, and the musician strikes the stone with hammers. See, now this makes sense to me. And the instrument has a single high pitch. I mean, currently it's sitting here. I mean, I could put it in the tavern. Although, Here. I'll just put them on the pedestal. I think I have axe dwarves. Not positive about spears, but I can check. Just let me do this, or I will literally forget the second I don't do this. So you go right there. And the one we've been arguing about, you can go right there. Darkish of Nowhere. Hold on, I'll just set all of these dwarves to training temporarily. And then I can just go here and type in axe. Have to wait for them to all convert. The problem is most of these dwarves are actually wielding, like, most of these dwarves are wielding unrelated items or don't have weapons yet. So yeah, I cannot specify spear or axe because most people are just recruits. Like, I've got a swords dwarf. There actually is a dwarf with a whip. I will just state this. There is a room if you want to post absolute bullshit generated nonsense on my Discord, but frankly, I prefer you didn't. Keep it in DMs. Shit's pointless waste of CPU space. Okay, we'll do the swords dwarf then. Would you prefer a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Because I got these two. Also, this is just the skill that they have, not necessarily the weapon that they're using. But it looks like they're using swords. You don't mind? I'll give you the happier one then. Darkish is not particularly interested in what others think of him and often feels discouraged. Does not often feel lustful, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He has a greedy streak and likes to brawl and isn't generally ambitious, and he has an active imagination to think before acting. An active imagination, unlike people who think that AI-generated images are art. He tends to stare unwervingly when he's speaking to somebody. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about much anymore. No, don't play on the beta branch right now. Well, unless you're specifically trying to mod stuff. Because the beta branch just has the, what's it called? The new RAWs, which just make the game crashy-er. Unless you're actively trying to mod with the new RAWs. So, personally deeply respects skill at arms and thinks that it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face or never grouse or complain or even show emotion, and sees lying as an important means to an end. Likes mudstone and silver and red flash opal, as well as crystal glass and short swords and papyrus sedges for their useful stems. Is that like a part of a papyrus plant? Must be. As well as, is that what's made into papyrus? And when possible, prefers to consume durian wine, pendant amaranth flower, and hates cave spiders. You're a former member of my last fort, and you're married to a wrestler. Welcome to the fort. But yeah, don't play on the beta branch unless like there's actually something new in there, and there isn't always in Dwarf Fortress. Currently, the beta branch, or I presume the experimental branch, and the beta branch, but currently the only stuff is the experimental branch, which is like there's a lot of games out there, I think, where people just get used to just setting it to the beta branch and then never changing it. I don't think Dwarf Fortress is one of those games. Because that's not really how they use the beta branch. The beta branch is actually a beta. It's not just like the new features, if that makes sense. Jack, can I get a round of beer so I don't need to look at this conversation anymore? I genuinely just don't want to sit here and babble back and forth about computer-generated plagiarism in my chat. It just never ends well or benefits anybody. If you want to be creative and draw something, that's one thing. But if you're just going to babble about nonsense, then let's just, you know, do something useful for society and move on with our lives. Gotta go get your fancy beer. Sometimes you just gotta go get your fancy beer.
Crypt Plotlin at Quap Mob 4 vote Gremlin.
Damn right, sir. Diamond, thanks for the 47th month. Appreciate you, friend. You grabbed some alcohol, actually. Fun fact, I have a singular can of beer in my house right now. I am completely out of alcohol, more or less. Which is a first in a while. Like, quite a while. Was free beer at work last Friday and you can't wait to get home and enjoy a local double IPA that you got from work, or did work not have good beer? I'm drawing lots of things and nothing I really feel like sharing currently. Today. I share stuff when I want to share it. And if you want to see the stuff I want to share, you can look at the Discord. Looks like some migrants are arriving. How's Kiddo down here doing? He's working furiously. They've got all the gems they need, as well as stray grizzly bear bones. It's going to be an interesting little artifact. And Rith keeps on tantruming. We made it... Snail made intimidating remarks to elicit information. The subject was not afraid and refused. In retrospect, the interrogator may have completely misjudged the subject's character. So my captain of the guard is so bad at their job they can't even successfully interrogate their pet donkey. Just, you know, in case you didn't know. Might as well interrogate this child twice as well, because they are committed crimes. Oh, yeah, that's funny. That is quite funny. Anyway, go interrogate your pet donkey again. Bear. Let's see how this last raid went. Raid went. The Hammers of Dance slipped into copper. Undetected by Probob-Lulumin. Probob-Lulmin. It sounds like somebody tried to spell the word problem and then it had a seizure halfway through. Shy Pandemonium, thanks for the Prime for a 4th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, friend. But no, seriously, like... Probob-Lulmin.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Googs. How are yous? Appreciate you, mate. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for an 11th month. That's almost a hype train, fun fact. And all you've done is watch me play it? I don't have a problem with this, but you should probably play the thing that you bought. Just saying. I do appreciate the dedication, though. What story is you telling? Always click the wrong magnifying glass first. In the mid-spring of 1061, Cthulhu Dancing became the mayor. Well, okay. Talking about previous elections, I guess.
"28 is a pretty generic number. It's not odd at all."
Are you sure about that? Congrats, chat. You just snoozed the ads. Also, thank you very much for the 28th month. It's now a little hype train. And we're going to go forge some steel spears. Get to it, Emily. Because you love to see it. So now's the time to check if you happen to have a Prime sub available. Hop into the hype train. Guess something happened beforehand? Not really. I mean, Shy Pandemonium resubbed, Googs resubbed, and Diamond resubbed in the last couple of minutes. And then you popped in and you resubbed, and now it's hype train. So, good timing, I say. Let's see who ends up equipping this. It also seems that my main squad is now back. So I will send them back out to go do something else. There's also a lot of forest retreats up here. Kind of want to go for these dwarven locations, though. Traded drums. Are they in the deep? Let's just go clear that location. It's good to be back, Ratmost. The Dwarven Trialed? The Dwarven Trialed, yes. The Dwarven Child, Rith, has created Sozolomadin Domas Udul, a Bloodthorn bracelet, and offers it to the Abyssal Torch. The question is, where it? There it is. I'll place it here first. Shouldn't take too long to arrive. And we're making more steel spears. And there it is. This is a Bloodthorn bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. 2 minutes left on the hype train. It is encrusted with cushion-cut milk quartzites and decorated with bloodthorn and grizzly bear bone. It is encircled with bands of baguette-cut milk quartzites, and this object is, of course, adorned with hanging rings of bloodthorn and menaces with spikes of bloodthorn. And nice, on the item is an image of the gleeful voices, the sheer pigtail shoe, in milk quartz. Speaking of trials... So Rith, the dwarf that just made that artifact, is the dwarf who keeps tantruming. Just, you know. But first, my bear is going to go interrogate her donkey again. Little Tibbe, thank you very much for converting that tier 1 subscription, or that, that Prime subscription to a tier 1. I get 30% more when you do that. Oh, actually, it's about 30% on Prime subs, but appreciate you. It's closer to 25, actually. Because you get slightly less than 50% on Prime subs. But, you know, little hype train. Just chilling there. Be there for a little bit longer. You need less than $1 in bits to get onto the leaderboard. You'll get number 2 for 1 bit
Animal
or
104
100
cheer.
bits.
X
Animal.
100.
Thank you.
Hype train a tiny fox peak.
I'm currently not expecting the hype train to level up, but you know. Your feet look like they're glowing when you stand on that bear person. How'd my second donkey interrogation go? Well, at least the subject complied now, so maybe my bear is good enough at intimidating people that... they're actually able to interrogate their pet donkey now, so I guess that's good. Novice. Well, maybe you can interrogate a child. It's a stubborn ass. This is true. Tempted to make intimidating remarks to elicit information. The subject was cagey. Ah, jeez. Can't even successfully interrogate a child. Can't even successfully interrogate a child. The bear was interrogating their pet donkey, yes. Because interrogating anything will train skills. People have realized this in adventure mode when, like, you just talk to yourself and it trains your speech skills. So, you know, same vibe. No, actually, let's do this way. And then let's go up here. Install shale blocks. Shale blocks. Keep forgetting to hit that button. And shale blocks. We're now in an ad break. And we are an hour and 40 minutes into the stream. I'm just going to pause the game and go use the toilet. I will be right back. Is the stream over or is your browser just freaking out? No, I was using a toilet. And if something else is happening, then I don't know. What is that? That is quite the emote, just the spilling the tea, I guess. As like, I guess it's supposed to imply that you're spilling the beans or whatever's. That's a visual. And this up here is going to be linked to that. I almost never actually use floodgates. I find them to be very unreliable. But yet here I am. I mean, not really break. It was a very brief toilet break, Hibiscus Dragon in YouTube chat. Very brief. I wouldn't even classify that as a break. Yeah, that's... Well, the thing is, boulders can get stuck in floodgates. They can't get stuck in drawbridges, so I usually just use drawbridges, but this isn't so big of a deal. Actually, speaking of, I think I'm also going to put a floodgate right here. I'm just trying to use them because, you know, I feel bad not using floodgates more. It feels odd not using them, I guess. Oh, this is deeper than I thought it was. I didn't realize this went down a whole layer. Huh. Maybe I should just drain this, like, into here. And then... Yeah, I think I'm going to drain it into there and then build, like, a little chute for it to go through. Be pretty straightforward, too. Here come the miners. And also we can mine out some more fancy gems. Because there's fancy gems down here. There's star sapphires and black diamonds. And then down here, I'm just going to do this. We're just going to do that. You feel uncomfortable not using floodgates with water? I sort of feel that way about doors sometimes. But also at the same time, not really. Yeah, I don't know. Gimli, are you okay over there? I guess you're learning to swim, hey? Dabbling swimmer you've become. Exciting. Let's just let the water spill out quicker by going this way. Time to cut the lawn? I mean, there's worse things that you could have to do with your day. There's certainly worse things than cutting the lawn. Although it depends on how big the lawn is. I don't know. I grew up in a place that had a very, 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 very large lawn. Like, it was a 6-acre property, and there was grass that needed to be cut on about half of it, and the rest of it was like overgrowth forest that needed to be maintained and taken care of. And so frequently it would just become like unruly to like a ridiculous degree, and we would have to like maintain the whole thing. So when it comes to like lawns, I might have a bit of a different... Well, the thing is, it was not 3 acres of like flat grass. This was like a forest. Like, we didn't manicure it at all, really. Like, yeah, there was grass there, but it's not like we were actively maintaining said grass to be a lawn. It was, there was grass there, and we cut it, because otherwise it would just be an overgrown field. So, I mean, it was definitely a very natural environment, shall we say. This was not like your suburban lawn. We actually joked about getting mini cows at one point, Shaku, because of how bad our lawn would get. And how, like, It was like hours a week to like keep it from becoming a forest. And it was like a thing that we did out of practicality too, because like I grew up there and I had 2 sisters and we were kids. And there was a lot of bears in the neighborhood that would actively hang out and leave cubs around. So if the grass got too long, it became actively dangerous because like you were never totally positive where the bears were at any given time. Yeah. And like, you know, we'd be outside and playing and there'd be just bears hanging around. And we were pretty good about like just keeping our distance. And we'd let the dog hang out on the patio or up on the deck, and she would bark at them when they were in the vicinity, so we generally knew where they were. You were thinking more fire hazard? So, I grew up in the Fraser Valley, British Columbia, Canada. In this place, we have 2 seasons. Warm and rain. It rained like 8.5 months of the year. So, these days, fire would probably be a bigger concern, because like, world's getting drier for some reason. It's starting to feel like California up in here. And forest fire season is the 2nd season now. So these days, probably, yeah, a bit more of that of a concern. But at the time, not really. I mean, like, I'm sure it could have been a problem. But for us, we were more concerned about the bears. We also had a pet braided slider turtle. And one time we hadn't cut the grass in a couple weeks, and the turtle got lost we lost the turtle in the grass for like a solid 30 minutes and followed her trail of like collapsed grass in the grass. We thought we'd lost our pet turtle. It was terrifying. But it was okay. She was okay, and we found her, and everything was good. Moose? No, not that far north. You'd have to go much further north to find moose. No, we just had black bears, the occasional wolf, coyotes, and cougars. And only one of the cougars was my angry neighbor. I lived in an untamed wild region, IRL. I lived in semi-rural exurbs, is what I would describe it as, in between 2 small towns. In a house on a lot of property. So we were a 30-minute drive from the nearest store that sold milk, if that says anything about it. What's funny is, like, when I talk to my parents about growing up there now, like, they both go on about how lovely it was in a lot of ways, and until it gets to the subject of, like, getting groceries or, like, doing anything even remotely practical, and they're like, yeah, I'm so happy I live in a city now. Because, like my parents sold that place, it was, what, 2011, I think? I think it was 2011. But anyway, it was quite a while ago now. And when they sold it, it was 1, to buy a business, and 2, to live somewhere where you could get groceries in less than 30 minutes. My opinion, Siege update this month. My opinion is, don't ask me my opinions, I don't know. Siege update will be ready when it's done. And not a moment before. I don't give my opinions on the status of Dwarf Horde. You don't. Heavy risk. Spores are a good thing. It means that your livestock can graze anywhere that has sand or dirt. And if you need to harvest sand, you can harvest sand from walls. If you don't want it to be there, build on top of it. But there is no negative to having spores everywhere. Spores are a positive thing. And it begins. You just started playing Dwarf Fortress last week. You found it through YouTube, a couple Let's Plays that you have, and then you found my Twitch stream. It's nice to meet you. Well, it's nice to meet you too, Forgotten XV. No, I wouldn't say, like, I lived in untamed wilds. I just lived in the country. a not urban environment. Because, like, bears are not a concern. Also, technically, it would just be wilderness, not even untamed wilds, because it's not like there was giant animals around. It was just, like, perfectly normal-sized animals. I'm gonna do this for safety. You don't think it's possible to live 30 minutes drive from the supermarket? Animal. Have you seen the size of the Netherlands? Now, have you seen the size of Canada? Animal's just gonna send me like a picture of the ocean and be like, this is what's going to be Netherlands. We're working on it. Eventually we'll flood the rest of the planet and be in a dome under the sea. Let me introduce you to Norway. I would rather go Norway. That's not me saying that I don't want to go to Norway. I would like to visit Norway, but there's a song called Going Norway by a band called Gilliband that I really like, and that's all. Netherlantis. That sounds like a Minecraft mod, Netherlantis. Having seen the upper Fraser once you get out into the forest, of the forest is glorious prairie and shrubland for days. Yeah, literally the rest of the flatlands. Days of roads to nowhere. I don't like being in places where I can't see a mountain because I get disoriented. I don't know what way north is. Like, I get lost really easily in the prairies. It's kind of funny. Like, I'm totally fine being in the mountains without cell signal. I can't be in the prairies without cell signal. Like, I freak out. Because, like, like, there's no landmarks. I've got nothing to go by. Yeah, exactly, Edo. That was actually one of my concerns about moving to Vancouver Island, but there's enough hills here that it's fine. There's enough hills. And turns out oceans kind of have the same effect. Years ago, I was in Scouts, and I knew how to kayak, so I did a couple coaching sessions where I taught younger kids how to kayak. And this is going to be a lot of Scout terminology, so apologies in advance. I was a kayaking coach for the BC Jamboree for Scouts. No, the Canadian Jamboree, not the BC Jamboree. Anyway, I was a kayaking coach for the Canadian Jamboree when it was here in BC. And there was a whole group of kids one day that were from middle of nowhere, Saskatchewan. Like small town Saskatchewan. And none of them had seen the ocean before. And literally every single one of them, except for one, refused to even get in the kayaks. Like, they had big-ass life preservers on. Like, it's impossible to flip one of those kayaks. We were kayaking a very secluded bay that didn't even have waves. Like, you wouldn't know it was ocean. But, like, it's genuinely one of the wildest things I've ever encountered in my life. You know, I have a question, though. Romanoid Trowel. Yes, that video. Classic. But what is a more impressive feat of human bravery to you, chat? A person screaming at a bear breaking their kayak, or a guy chasing a crocodile with a frying pan and a garbage bin? Because to me, chasing a crocodile with a frying pan and a garbage bin is a bigger feat of human bravery. Do I still kayak? I haven't kayaked in a really long time, but I can kayak. I've canoed more recently, actually. Bravery or foolishness? Because I've chased a bear. I chased a bear that was like between me and the end of my driveway, and I had to get up the driveway to go home because I was on my bike and I rid my bike home and I didn't want to be late for dinner. And my mom sent me a text saying, there's a bear in the driveway, stay at the bottom till the dog chases it. And I was like, nah, it's fine. Rode my bike up the driveway and came around the corner and I was like, oh, hello, bear. Okay, so let's go down here. I gotta seal this off. Shouting Berkeley. Okay. There was a story that happened at the Coquihalla Highway long time ago. I think it was either Coquihalla Highway or Manning Park, same area, but simply put, there were these two Australian tourists here in BC. And this was like at the very early era of cell phone cameras. And there's this bear, and they're taking photos of the bear, and there's this guy doing this next to the bear, and then another photo of them closer to the bear, and then the last photo is the bear standing up. And they were like put in the newspaper as a cautionary tale of what not to do around bears because they will kill you. And they did. And I kind of feel bad laughing about it, but I'll be honest with you, it's that name pops into my brain sometimes, and I find it funny. The hungry leper? Discovering blood vessels. I know what that means, but that series of words together makes me uncomfortable. And a week later, his neighbor asked him where he last saw his dog, and his farmer replied, heading north 2 days ago. Yeah, the old joke. Yeah. But damn. They also stole a book called More Loyalty. I guess they didn't have enough initially. The Inky Nightmare is apparently at war with me now. I'm suddenly at war with a bunch of people. So this is an invadable location that's marked as hostile that apparently has nothing in it. I'm gonna go... Oh, that's interesting. It's not giving me the option to occupy it, so it's technically an abandoned site, but it's an abandoned site that's now hostile to me. Okay, well, we're going to go after that, see what happens. I'm also going to go down to here, and I'm going to wall all this off. And name a door Squeaky. So do you want to know a really deep piece of Blind IRL lore right now? My little sister had a stuffed mouse named Squeaky, which she inherited from me, which was a little cat toy. Can't even remember why I had it, but it was about yay big. I want to say it was like given to me as a bribe to go to the doctor's office or something. It's like, we'll buy you a toy or something. To not complain about going to the eye doctor, I think. But sure, I can name a door Squeaky. I was like, just post-toddler age. Eventually, it ended up as my little sister's, and I don't know what happened to it after that. But it was like one of those tiny little mice that you could fill up with catnip if you wanted, but I just had it as a toy. All right, so this is a peculiar place. Considering this is like largely limestone too. So because this is seal-offable, I'm thinking about just breaking into this layer and then just blocking all these walls. Because this entire plateau Could be sealed off by simply building on top of all of these pieces. But there's just so much stuff down in here. I'm kind of tempted to just go for it. I will throw a door into here, though. Write her now and ask. Knowing my little sister, if I were to write her right now and ask, she probably wouldn't get back to me until Friday. Because she's working right now and generally doesn't check texts whilst at work. And certainly doesn't check texts until after she's like, you know. Yay, look at all these dwarves grabbing spears. Let's see if I can upgrade some more. Excellent. Lots of spear dwarves getting assigned. You love to see it. Can also erase that because that was a not intended click. All right, one piece at a time here. For undead things, you don't want to cut them. Well, actually, the question is, are you getting attacked by undead things, or is there just undead things on the map? Because if you're getting attacked by undead things, it doesn't really matter, unless they have necromancers. If like the map itself is regenerating, you want as little bad like monster parts as possible that could be resurrected. So, best thing for, oh shit. Best thing for undead things is stuff that doesn't make pieces. So you want bludgeoning weapons because teeth can't be resurrected. So you want you don't want cutting weapons. You want bludgeoning weapons. You want to kill things with like smacking it really heavily hard in the head. You don't want to kill things by like cutting it because then all the cuttings can come back to life. Warhammers are bigger, so the conventional wisdom is that Warhammers are just better than maces in general, but I honestly can't really tell much of a difference. There's probably some truth to that, but I don't know at this point. I've had enough people tell me that used to be true, but isn't anymore now that I just kind of go, I usually make Warhammers. And if it ain't broke, don't, you know, make something else out of it. Found a whole bunch of rubies, apparently. Oh, there's some more. I'm just going to smooth all these and try and get the items out of them as quickly as possible. Also curious, has anything else appeared on the map? Rutherers! There's a huge family of Rutherers over here! Holy shit! Look at them all! There's like a million of them. I found a gang of Rutherers. That's awesome. Just gonna wall them out so that they can't get in here. Stay out of my house. Look at all the babies. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Okay, so this one's also safe.
Orc with a bow cheered. X100. Happy early and or late birthday. Why you birthday? Cause I say so.
I mean, not to steal FG's bit, but it's not my birthday. My birthday's in June. It's June 3rd. Which I will be streaming on because it's June 3rd and it's a Tuesday. So... Actually, those are less murder babies. I would call, like, Rutherers more... Rutherers are closer to a... Oh, how do I describe Rutherers? Here, I'll just go read their description for you. They're not really murder monsters. Like, they can be used as mounts, but that's like saying a horse is a murder monster. It's a huge monster with an enormous tail, with thick fur, and they run on 4 legs, and they can be found deep under the earth. They're kind of like cavern bison, sort of. Like, they're not automatically aggressive necessarily. It's sort of like, oh, what are they called? The tree ones, the ones that are in trees. Can you tame them? You can tame anything, more or less, as long as it's not intelligent. It's not Rutherers. No, a Dwarf Fortress creature that doesn't exist in real life. They usually are in the top ones, and they're basically just like elephants that eat mushrooms. We played adventure mode like a week ago. Skyo Ket. You can play adventure mode though, right now. I'm not gonna retire my fort and play adventure mode currently. I do that in between forts. Mineras, no. No, they tend to hang out on the top cavern layer, and they're basically just like a mushroom-consuming cave elephant. They're quite large, and they're herbivores. And I can't remember the name of them. Drothlas, those things, yeah. The reason I can't remember the name of them is because the caverns have been, like, more or less inaccessible and unusable for a very long time, courtesy of the cave creatures, like, making them that way. Do I have logs right now? Doesn't appear that way. Well, time to go chop down a handful of trees. Hopefully not piss off the local wildlife. And we're in an ad break, so I will pause the game. Yeah, you're definitely thinking of Mineras out in abundance. JPT, you're right. Okay, so PsychoKet. You must be just like my username. Because I've made multiple videos that feature adventure mode, multiple tutorials of adventure mode, many tutorials of adventure mode. If you go to my VODs channel, there's even more, including going from literally 0 skills in anything and naked to being legendary in every combat skill, more or less. At least, not in every weapon, but being legendary in combat and killing hundreds of things. So, like, that content exists. Just because I'm not doing it live at this exact moment doesn't mean I'm going to, like, immediately stop what I'm doing and drop the fort that I'm streaming and do a thing that you asked me to because you asked me to do it. So that content exists. Feel free to go look for it. And you have a brewing stand and you have a kitchen set to not cook plump helmets, but you think you're going to run out of them. What do you do? Tell them to brew drinks. And if it says that you have no empty containers in the cancellation menu, you need more barrels. And if you don't have any like things to brew, go to the surface, click on this button right here, and then do this. And you'll have stuff to brew when they're done doing those jobs. I always confuse Mineras with Reachers. Because Reachers are also kind of similar. They're a little bit more like Slenderman, though. Reachers. Very different from Jack Reacher, though. You have yet to find a magic artifact in adventure mode. They're usually in the mysterious lairs or mysterious, or not mysterious lairs, the mysterious dungeons or the mysterious palaces. They're not in the mysterious lairs, which are the ones that the game sends you to initially. So I would check those locations when you see them. Also, do I even have a dwarf set to cut wood? Allegedly, I have 2. Okay, then. Rock pots also work, yep. There's nothing wrong with noob questions. I just sometimes miss them in the chat. Because reading 2 chat rooms is hard. Oh, I know why it didn't get done. It's because I did I erased all of the gather jobs. Well, that explains it. I'm going to convict some of these cases, even though it doesn't actually do anything. I'm going to try interrogating Ted. Again. For 3 different crimes, unrelated to Ted. But we're going to try. I tend to just see Mineras as part of, like, goblin invasions, but not normally as, like, a wild animal. They're more like a, well, I see trolls more often. They're more like a cave dragon, where, like, I usually don't see them as part of invasions. Somebody must be cave adapted. Let's see how that went. Met with subject and appealed to the subject's belief in cooperation. The subject believed in the value of cooperation and no new information was revealed. So apparently this necromancer isn't a criminal. That's kind of crazy to me. I'm also going to interrogate the prophets, or the self-proclaimed prophets. Is what we're gonna do. You hear new music? I mean, this is Cannibal. This is the music that plays when you visit elven sites or just deep, thick forests in adventure mode. Part of the adventure mode soundtrack. And we have a child that's been born. Seems like my soldiers are making babies. Let's see how that last exploring session went. Interesting. It's a hostile location that has nothing in it. Well, this place we can take over. So I'm gonna go and conquer and occupy this kobold place. Because they're easy. The Invisible Torment is that location. Dark Elven Pits. What's that? It's a human Fort of the Mirth of Twigs. We're gonna go pillage them with my better squad. How's it going? You missed the 99 in typing in your own name. But pretty good. You've not played from literally before the update of Adventure Mode. I think you also need to own the Adventure Mode soundtrack for it to play in game. So like, I think it's a 2-step process actually. So it's probably that actually. Which is why you're not recognizing it. I can't wait for the first Forgotten Beast to arrive. On the bright side, we actually have wood that we can bring into the fort now. And, you know, I really need to make this area better. This area kind of sucks right now. I don't really have a proper storage method for wood anywhere. Let's use nice blocks to give it a little bit of a pattern shift up there. Is to just get Mega Beasts to fight each other in the caves. I've got another fort, which is very endgame, which I'm playing occasionally because it's very endgame and thus harder to get people to watch in an engaged fashion. But I have an arena built and I'm making demons fight Forgotten Beasts, and it's been pretty fun. It's been... Uh-oh. Well, it was bound to happen eventually. The Forgotten Beast Galka Rushkamaskamo has come. A huge eyeless ceratops. It has 2 short tails and a gaunt appearance. Its dark olive scales are overlapping. Beware its webs. Where is it? Okay, so it's on the surface. So I can lock it out here, which I think I'm going to have to do because I'm going to have to train some Marks Dwarves for that. Speak of the devil, yeah, I know, right? You're just hoping nobody's stuck down here. It seems that one of my squads is actively leaving the map right now. Oh, but it has access to the surface. Oh, that's fun. Okay, well, Trying to figure out a plan here. Because I could pull this drawbridge and lock that, which it could probably topple.
Crypt arrive.
Gazoom, thank you very much for the 17th month. Let's go and do a few things real quick. We're gonna forbid used ammunition during sieges. Iron bolts. Let's just do 30. Wooden crossbow. Let's do 10. I'm also gonna go down here and just make a wood stockpile somewhere. Like maybe over here. And chat, can I get a round of beers for Gazoom keeping that subscription alive? Also, thanks for helping us fill up those leaderboards, chat. Dwarf Fort content is one of those things that's been around for a very, very, very long time. Like, there's always been people making content for this game, at least as long as I've been familiar with its existence. However, it's also a game that's never had large amounts of content. We're just going to do breastplates, helms, greaves, high boots, bucklers, crossbows, crossbow. Save and create uniform, and you're going to use crossbows. Let's see, what do I have for crossbows? Literally nothing from what I can tell. Okay, well. Onward and upward. Time to make some crossbows, I think. Thankfully, it's going to hit this water, which is going to slow it down dramatically. I mean, that's kind of an unfair contest because I make more content than Krugs does. The lead-up time he has on a video is way longer than I do on mine. Make sure that they have ammunition is how you go about making them not melee things. They only melee things if they're out of ammo. That and also making actual battlements for the Marksdwarves to try and fight things. It is going to take it a while to get over here because it's going to have to ford this down here. Another thing is make sure that you're not mixing ammo types. And make sure your ammo isn't forbidden. Like a Marks Dwarf, like a crossbow dwarf with a quiver that's full of bolts can fire them. One that's full of arrows can't. One of the worst changes they ever made to this game was making dwarves able to use arrows. I really wish they didn't do that. But they did, so. Can also lock them in with their ammo so they don't run out and get too smashy. That too. I mean, when dwarves run out of ammo, they have two decisions, right? I can go back and get more ammo, or I can go beat up the baddie. And they usually choose the thing that is closer. So if the baddie is closer, they'll go for the baddie. If the ammo is closer, they'll usually go for the ammo. But sometimes they'll just charge in and say Leroy Jenkins, and there's not much you can really do about it. And, you know, honestly, I kind of like that about dwarves. I find it to be quite endearing, to be honest. The uncommon paddles have returned. Okay. How did that go? But yeah, if you want to one-shot a Forgotten Beast that's made of fire that normally would like down your entire fort, all you need is one Marksdwarf with decent aim. And any type of ammo. Looks like we had a strong positional advantage and we killed the one goblin who was there. That's a lot of cabbage seeds. 20 cabbage seeds. Got a small cabbage patch up and running. So I've got groundhog leather. Cat leather backpack. I wonder how many cats were harmed in the making of that backpack. May actually melt a bunch of that stuff eventually. So which squad did I make into the crossbow squad? Which one did I? Bottom one down here. And then I also went and took over a location. So the first one we stole treasures from, this was me attempting to seize another location. Defeated Sarchidis of an unknown civilization and took over Future Glisten. The new government was called the Bridge of Pelts. So Future Glisten, this area, is now mine. Look at that. Oblivion runs it, although I will go request them bring it back. Yeah, the Forgotten Beast balloon popper, exactly. Chat gets it. Okay, so I also... Oh, okay. So the only thing they did was they agreed to join me. Well, I'm learning that my characters are not, in fact, criminals. Also, George wants to become a citizen of the Abyssal Torch, who is this guy, who is a large-scale humanoid. And this night creature was first created by a human necromancer, which means you could lead a squad in theory. I think I'm going to go down to here and I'm going to click this and type in the creature. And the creature... Oh, can I not make you into a militia member? What? Well, that's unfortunate. Wonder why that is. Sad. Good night, Dulkin. We'll see you later. So where is this beast at? It's about to enter the map. It could also be chasing one of my dwarves, I'm not sure. If it goes up those stairs, that'll take it to the surface. But it seems to be exploring all other options first. No, because fire forgotten beasts are, like, cannot be extinguished and will just immediately evaporate all the water before it gets near them. It's actually really neat watching fire-made forgotten beasts run through water. The Cavernous Monkey is just a funny name, though. There we go. We now have 2 crossbows and ammo available. Just gonna watch this beast as it runs around. Monia, thank you very much for the 23rd month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Just looking for where a good spot to turn into a dwarven firing squad would be. I'm thinking like up here. Because it's already kind of ready-made, I guess. You know, why don't I just do it right here? Problem is once it's in here, it's in here and there's no getting it out. That's the actual issue with this. But yeah, we need more. Actually, hold on a second. I'm curious about something. Ah, okay. So I can't actually make you join a squad. You just can't lead a squad. Well, that's interesting. Let's also see what gear you can wear. Oh, that's neat. I already had some large stuff lying around. So I've now got a crossbow wielding this thing. Well, that's kind of cool. You can use normal quivers, which is handy. I think that's the case for all creatures. I wonder if you just use human-sized stuff. Oopsies. No, let's grab the whole squad. And you don't need to worry about training them in archery ranges. You can, and it will train their aim. However, they train 7 times as fast on live targets as they do on non-live targets, so unrelated targets. And I often choose to just use, or wait for live targets, because they train so fast every time they end up in an actual combat situation that it's like, you kind of just don't need to worry about it. Just make sure whatever it is that's attacking you, you have a way of, stopping it from getting into your fort. In the shape of a giant sponge? Oh, that'd do it. Was it a zombie giant sponge or just a giant sponge? Oh, I thought that was, I was excited for a second there. I thought that was coal. Let's go find the Magma Sea, though. It's kind of fun playing this map after the last fort, because this fort is such a small friggin' map that just traversing it is so fast. We've discovered the Great Magma Sea. Can I get a round of lava for that, chat? There really isn't a point in a playthrough where you get far into it, Targon. I mean, chat, you guys are probably a better judge of this. How far in game are we right now? Mid-game? Maybe? Because, I'll do things in the quote-unquote early game that some players never do, so I don't know. We've also discovered a unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Man, and it's literally right there. So white opals over there? Sometimes there's ore down in these. You know, true story, that was up. I've never played the tutorial for this game. Not even once. I made it maybe 15 minutes in. I was like, I'm good. And the only reason I played that much of it was because I wanted to see if I needed to make tutorials for this game when it came out. And I was like, well, I'll try whatever tutorial they've got. And if I think it's comprehensive enough, then I just won't bother. But I made a tutorial, so do with that information what you will. I mean, there's lots of tutorials that have killed me. The problem with the Dwarf Fortress tutorial is it just has this habit of like, if it is mathematically possible to generate a world that is impossible for it to put you somewhere very, like, actually safe in the tutorial. Yeah, because most worlds have a lot of towers, it turns out. Project Zomboid has a tutorial? Okay, today I learned. Celesty, thank you very much for the 26th month. Appreciate you greatly. That's YouTube's lava. Last time I asked YouTube to post red square, or like lavas, they just posted red rectangle, I think. But fireworks. What am I naming pink? How to constantly restart the game? Dwarf Fortress has a tutorial because it kind of needs one in order for people to even try it. Not because it's necessarily the best tutorial ever made. I've caught a lot of Rothers. Holy shit. In other news, where the Forgotten Beast? Must have gone and hid itself. There's areas out here that I can't see, so. Also, oh my god, that's a lot of iron over there. Huh. Well, maybe I will have to claim the rest of these caves at some point. Maybe I will. Anyway, I'm in an ad break, so I will leave the game paused until the ads are done. In fact, I'm also gonna do this. And what you need to look at, you'd say it's similar to Dwarf Fortress. Here's the buttons and some basic things. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly think, like, a perfect world for Dwarf Fortress's tutorials would just be, like, you click a tutorial button and it just, like, ports you to the wiki. Is honestly what it should do. Just like the wiki's getting started guide. Which most YouTubers use as a script for their tutorials. I personally don't do that, but lots of people do. You know, the first fortress I lost in version 50 after Premium, Romanoid, was to an Untamed Wilds map with giant chinchillas. That was the first, like, dead fort I had once Premium came out. It opens my video. I wouldn't want it to do that, mostly because that would be very self-centered of me to say. And I don't want to be like... I like Quill 18, but I don't want to be like Quill 18 in some ways. Like, the number of games that I've played over the years where I open the tutorial button and it's just a link to a Quill 18 video is like, come on. Put the effort in to make a tutorial. Like, at least try, you know? At least try. I'm just going to convict this child of 2 more crimes and we'll let the last one sit. Wait, really? Midnight? Huh, I had no idea that people had done that. I know that there's a couple of websites that have literally taken the transcripts from my videos, reworded them slightly, and then just used screenshots of my videos, which I think is both kind of sad and also kind of funny in a weird, grim way. They're also like mostly AI slot factories, so I'm pretty sure it's not even a person doing it. But because like the screenshots are often unrelated to what's being said. But you know, those are always interesting to see. So, Pink Primeval, are you able to claim a chair? Yes, but I don't have a pink one. I do have a pink rock salt, or I do have a few rock salt things. I don't have any rock salt chairs. I do have like an armor stand though. You could totally grab a chair though. I do have preference of material. There's claystone. I got shale. Looks like it's mostly claystone and shale. You want the armor stand? Pink, prime, evil. I would read your personality, but unfortunately this is just a rock salt armor stand. So you rock and are probably salty. That's all I really got, to be honest. Okay, so I'm waiting on a few more bolts. But every other dwarf is now armed. I'm also going to do iron bucklers, I think. Yeah, we'll just do iron bucklers. But there you go. That's your pink primeval stand, my friend. Oh, he's playing liberal crime squad? Really? Like right now, Majestic? Or just like in episodes on his channel? I played that ages ago and it never really stuck with me. And to take a quote from Tarn, the writing in that game's a bit immature. It does make a fun point, though. It's also an interesting game in the current year, politically. It was interesting back then, but it's still interesting now. I think that game's open source, although somebody can correct me on that. You need your quarters to be slightly nicer. Why don't I just do this? I'll probably satisfy that need. I think I'm going to do two things here. I'm going to make a dining hall up here and connect it to the tavern. But I'm also going to connect this to the tavern. Rock throne. Rock table. Basically out of stone. Let's just make it all out of claystone and I'll just go mine a bunch of claystone because there's a bunch of claystone down here and it's all close. Oops, that was the auto dig option. I didn't want that. Does that go to the edge of the map? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so what I need to do is this here needs a way to be blocked. Actually, why don't, instead of doing this, why don't I just go down here and do this? let it come up this way. Because this is going to be easier to block off. Because all I need to do is put a drawbridge here. You love this fortress? Well, thank you. I'm quite happy with how it's ended up looking. I'm catching a lot of earthworms, and we are eating a lot of earthworms. And it does look like this squad is getting more and more geared up. They're training wrestling, so at the very least their dodging will be good. I should unpause the game, that would help. Looks like they're making iron bucklers, but haven't gotten any further than that yet. I'm sorry, what is this? Why do I have a hematite bowl? Must have been something else I stole. Guess we shall add it to the museum. Speaking of museum. Anything I haven't checked yet? Nope. I'm just going to wait until this beast is dead before I worry about going anywhere else. Well, actually, no, they can leave through that middle layer, which also I need to block off now that I think about it. Goblin fight of riddled dungeon, the thieves of liberation. Why don't I send 2 squads to go raid that place? They're all armed, mostly. And I think they all have 2 arms. So now that we're doing that, I'm going to just go down to this middle cavern lair, which is down here. This down here needs a drawbridge in front of it. In fact, actually, maybe a set of 2. And then up in here, I'm going to plop down another mechanism. And get it all connected up. Curious about what route they're going to take. Well, I'm freeing slaves and prisoners from local foreign nations and stealing taking all of the artifacts and putting them on pedestals. So if that's a British simulator, then sure. I suppose so. I am not British, so I don't know if I am necessarily a good person to be the judge of what is and also what is not British. But if you dub that as British simulator, then sure. It's more just like general colonialism than British specifically. Like, we don't need to give them all of the credit for the colonialism. They did a lot of it, certainly, but they weren't the only ones. But Aranamo, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Let's Play episodes on his channel. Gotcha. Yeah, because like Liberal Crime Squad and Majestic and YouTube chat is talking about this. Liberal Crime Squad has had multiple iterations over the years because, as I said, I think it's open source. So that leads me to believe that there's been more than one updated version, but maybe one of these years I'll look back into the age of that game. A giant Cody stole a cloak. Well, that's unfortunate. Most countries that exist in current year has some portion of the population that were colonialists, Stormwolf. They just took it. Right. Yeah, they put it in a museum, right, Elmir? Sorry. To the Great Britain. The Norse to some extent. Yeah. We gotta fight this thing, though. I must kill it. So once I get this drawbridged up down here, then I can actually just go and fight that thing. See how it goes. Because I'm sure it'll go just fine, right? Right? Right. The Spanish went ham. Source, bacon, right? Wait, no, sorry, that was Denny's. But also, yes, correct. You literally just finished the last episode of, what, my Let's Play? Well, cheers, dude. Just as a reminder to everybody in the YouTube chat, I do respond to the Twitch chat faster, because generally the Twitch chat is more active. On the odd day, the YouTube chat will be more active, but generally, Twitch chat takes that pretty handedly. So it's generally where I'm looking first. I do read the YouTube chat, though, so you'll get the occasional response. It just won't be as consistent. Also, something worth noting, I do have another big video in the works. So, yay. Also, did anybody else here see the giant bomb calamity that happened in the last week? I feel like I need to asterisk that for anybody who doesn't know what giant bomb is. Or was I the only person that was like, holy shit, followed by, oh my god. Where at? No, not an actual giant bomb. Giant Bomb is a video games website filled with neckbeards that talk about video games, and they've been doing it for a very long time under that brand, as in like since 2007. And it's apparently given them trouble at airports as long as they've existed as a brand. But they've always had a parent company. Originally it was Whiskey Media, then it was CBS, then it was Red Ventures, and then it was Fandom. And then like a week ago, there was a bit of a conniption, 2 weeks ago at this point now, I guess, there was a bit of a conniption fit where Fandom like basically was like, you're not allowed to curse on your podcast anymore, guys. We want to be family friendly. And then posted a thing on their Twitter account saying that we're looking for creative solutions to moving forward as a brand. And canceled all their live streams, and apparently sold them the fucking company. So now the guys who work still, the few of them that are left that still work at Giant Bomb now own Giant Bomb, which I have one major question. How much did Fandom sell it for? Because they sold it to like 4 people who were like on games journalist salaries. Like, that can't have been a lot of money. Like, fucking Fandom sold one of their websites to the people who own the website, which is great. Like, I'm kind of ecstatic about it, but like... No, Fandom bought Giant Bomb as part of buying GameSpot and something else. I think it might have actually just been GameSpot. As part of buying GameSpot, didn't know what to do with it, tried to ruin it, and then sold it to the employees who work there. That's what Fandom did. So Fandom did something good. I think that might be a first, actually. I think that they were going to shut the site down, KYZYL, genuinely. And they realized that they were getting enough of a shitstorm from a very dedicated community that if they did, it would have been a bigger knock against them than just like giving it away for pennies. Like, genuinely, I'm convinced that's what happened. Like, no, here's the thing. I don't think they bought Giant Bomb, Shaku. because nobody in their history of buying Giant Bomb has intentionally bought Giant Bomb. CBS bought CNET. No, Giant Bomb was sold to CBS because CBS wanted to mend the bad blood between the employees of Giant Bomb at the time and GameSpot, and CBS owned GameSpot. Then CNET sold CNET, CBS sold CNET, Giant Bomb, and GameSpot to Red Ventures as a package deal, and Red Ventures only wanted CNET, not the other two. And then sold the other two to Fandom, and Fandom didn't know what the fuck they had, because they just buy everything. Is the lineage. So in my opinion, they've only ever been sold as a package deal alongside of something else because of something else. I don't think anybody ever knew what they were actually buying. I don't think anybody intentionally went out of their way to buy it because it was never a very high value thing. Anyway, we got another necromancer creature in the fort now. Sorry for that rant, but Fandom as in the worst wiki on planet Earth, yes. But yeah, Fandom did something good. They offloaded one of their websites to the people who work there, which I genuinely think is nuts. Also, this past week, I also learned that Fextra Life is one of the Valnet-owned sites, which means the Pornhub people own Fextra Life, which... I mean, I don't like Fextra Life, but they're the one wiki that's somehow kind of worse than Fandom. So, the more you know. All right, just waiting on this bridge now. Literally, I'm just waiting on this bridge. I'm the biggest help through learning Dwarf Fortress. Happy to help, dude. You didn't know that Giant Bomb is still around? Spice Octopus in YouTube chat. They've gotten like less and less and less and less publicly relevant over the years as different corporate ownership has like hamstringed everything they used to do well. For reference, Giant Bomb used to just be a video game wiki. Like it was a video game wiki that also had a podcast and reviewed video games, but it was primarily a wiki at one point. And every one of their corporate ownerships has like minimized their ability to update anything or make things function or even work. So that sucks that you have to use Fandom for anything. Anybody else? Darius Hardrin, the furnace operator, has been taken by a Fey mood. And I will probably get teleported somewhere else in a second when they claim whatever they claim. Which is probably going to be the Forge. No, actually. Well, what are you going for then? Rough milk quartzes. You could have gone for one of the significantly more valuable items, but you went for quartzites? Really? Hold up. Grabs a boulder and rough milk quartzites. Okay. You're jamming boulder. Okay, so now that's done. Just gonna jump up here. Tempted to buy Cud. It's a very good game. Although I do genuinely believe, even though some people chuckle when I say this and go, nah, I think Cud's a harder game than Dwarf Fort. Even with the new UI. I genuinely believe Caves of Cud is a harder game to learn and get good at than Dwarf Fort. Squad has returned from raiding a riddled dungeon. But Cud is very, 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 very good. Definitely do learn the game with the ability to save, though. My dwarf led the attack. The defenders were led by a goblin named Ozud, and we outmatched them with a cunning plan. This goblin's full name is Ozud Spearfiend, the Spells of Mystery. And it seems that they were struck down by Rakust almost immediately. Well, I'll recommend Caves of Cud enough. You should buy Caves of Cud. That's the best recommendation I can give you. The other recommendation I will give you is play Sproggywood, which is the other game that they made, because it's a prequel. And if you've played any amount of Cud and like the writing in Cud, you'll like the tidbits that appear suddenly in Sproggywood. At least I think it's a prequel. Goblin Dang Wraith Covered was struck down. Goblin Bossa, Goblin Samuels, and then we clashed with 10 goblins and slayed 8 of them. All right, well, let the wars begin. It's also an elven fort there. Let's attempt to raise this place. That's going to be the next mission I take out. Like in the last week, SCJ? Yeah. Jay Sheepherder is actually, that's a very good way of putting it. It's traded around by accident. Like it's unintentionally purchased by corporate ownership and then go, what is this? Because like realistically, to put it in more modern terms for in something that you guys might understand a little more, Giant Bomb is kind of like the original Kind of Funny Games. They were an offshoot from GameSpot way back in the day because one person got fired from GameSpot for bullshit reasons, and that's a long story that I don't need to get into the minutia of. And they've just been kind of periodically traded to different corporate ownerships ever since, and nobody ever really knew what it was they'd bought or why they bought it. What's Kind of Funny Games? Kind of Funny Games is a Patreon, and it's a bunch of XIGN guys. And some GameSpot people. I want to say I have like 450 hours in CUD. I need to look. I think I had like 390 when it released. Or something. I put about 70 in. Darius, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Greatly appreciate that. You probably added like 30% on today's revenue, honestly. Hey, you sniped Cat as well, who raided us earlier. Appreciate you, dude. Well, it's not even that they're making a non-zero amount of money. One of the funniest things that I remember hearing about Giant Bomb, which has actually come out a lot recently, is they were one of the first self-funded websites that didn't use a lot of advertising as their primary revenue source. Like their podcasts had ads, but that was about it. Like they didn't have ad placements on the site because they had a premium membership thing, which I would buy occasionally. They also did live streaming and video stuff before YouTube really existed. So they were kind of ahead of a lot of things. And the funniest thing that I've heard flying around recently about Giant Bomb with all of this happenings is that their premium like membership thing was discontinued partially because the corporate ownership that had them at the time, because when you're owned by a corporate entity, you have to pay into the corporate entity. You basically have to pay rent to the corporate entity for the services that the corporate entity provides. One of the services that they provided was a marketing team that would seek out ad placements for your website, but there's no ad placements on the website. So they were paying a considerable portion of their revenue every month towards a portion of the parent company that was doing literally nothing for them. So they kneecapped the chunk of their revenue, as I understand it, which is wild. Like, it's that kind of thing. What is IGN Plus? Also, people still give Humble money? What? Zuglar, the furnace operator, Darius Cardrin, has created Uthorzog Basin Arzis, a claystone weapon rack, and offers it to the Abyssal Torch. That's pretty fitting, actually. That can absolutely go up and in here. I didn't realize I had so many weapon racks. I should probably place those. Yeah, I don't know. I personally wouldn't give Humble any money at this point, mostly because of, like, okay. I know I discontinued my Humble partner thing because of how bad they became towards creators, but it's kind of like the Discord situation now where a lot of creators are getting grumblier and grumblier and grumblier by the year because, like, you know, we gave you a shit ton of marketing and the way you respond is by, like, just making it bad. So I wish Humble didn't suck, but Humble kind of sucks. All right, so now this should be hooked up, which it is. So I'm gonna go tell this squad to go stand here. That's closed off. This is all closed off. This is not symmetrical? Your face isn't symmetrical. All right, cool. There is no beauty in symmetry, but there's plenty of beauty in asymmetry. Yeah, I mean, the Escapist and Zero Punctuation, the entire staff quit simultaneously and they started a new thing, Spice, and then Remap. It's very similar to what happened to Remap. Remap all got laid off by accident, which is... Okay, so Remap used to be Waypoint, which worked for Vice, and allegedly they all got laid off by accident because they were the only department that got laid off that day that was told they weren't getting laid off, and then got laid off anyway. And then after they got laid off, they were the only department that was given, it was like 90 days or something to finish all of their things that they had to finish. And then they were sold the company? Or like the revenue portion of it? Like they got to keep their premium subscribers or something? That was maybe the weirdest one. If you want to see uncanny symmetry, just look at Crow Team. Serious Sam. Look at Serious Sam's face. That's uncanny symmetry. So Copnut, Planescar, and Othrar Echo Heat are now all proper members of the Fortress. Which, once again... Oh, no, they can. Okay. That's fucking cool, man. I'm making a Necromancer creature squad. Cool. That's awesome, man. What's the Fortress theme? Exclamation point goal will always give you a pretty good idea of the Fortress I'm currently playing. And what are we doing here? Well, I'm about to fight a Forgotten Beast. What are you doing here? Hey, chat. How's your week been? What games have you been playing recently? The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to play a different game in a little bit today. The other game I would like to play is currently in beta. Or it's not in beta, that's the wrong word to use. It's a public test for a little roguelike thing. But I got like 2 hours of Dwarf Fort left in me, unless everybody leaves, which hopefully you don't. And another one. Emperor Iron has now joined the fort proper. You're still stuck in Civ 5. It's been 10 years. Actually, when did Civ 5 come out? It's probably more than 10 years ago, actually. It's probably closer to 15 at this point. Shit. Okay, so I just need these to get filled in. And this to get filled in. Still stealing all the books in the world? I mean, gotta start somewhere. I'll have you know, I just consider abandoned buildings to be public libraries, okay? I'm sure that's probably fine. All right, let's let this web-spitting forgotten freak in here. Wish us luck, chat. There's also a jabber on the map. Isn't that exciting? You love to see it. So if you want to see me fight a web-spitting forgotten beast, you may want to look up. Meanwhile, Katten has given birth to a boy. Congratulations, Katten. Never mind, the forgotten beast doesn't care and is leaving. It'll probably show up over here in a second. There it is. Once again, this is an eyeless ceratops. It has 2 short tails and a gaunt appearance. Its olive scales are small and overlapping. Beware its webs. I'm also going to assign all of the dwarves and other alive things in the fort to not this area. That should be fine. Now we can follow this sucker. Please do me a favor and don't promote stealing in my chat. If you wish to refer to it, you are welcome to, but please refer to it as borrowing from the public library, taking stuff from the Swedish public library, yarring something. Don't use the actual word for it in my chat. That can get me in trouble on some platforms. YouTube is one of them. So is Twitch. So. I just presume you're talking about games. I don't actually know what you're talking about, so I'm just overly cautious when it comes to that. Well, it's not IGN buying things, Spice Octopus. It's the parent company of IGN buying things, but yeah. Like, I'm not that bothered by IGN. For the most part, IGN is fine. It's IGN's parent company I don't like. So the second this guy moves through here, it's in the fort. So I need to curb this by pulling this lever. And it's going to cross through here, and they should be able to shoot at it, which they're trying and failing horribly. Did any of them hit it? Well, one of them missed. Well, that's good. Let's hope I can get this door shut. And yes, okay. So now it'll turn around, and now it's time to begin the kiting. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck? Saw a bolt fly by. Okay, somebody hit it. Flying Iron Bolt strikes it in the rear leg, bruising the bone. Chat, a Mooncat and a Sheep Herder would both like you to fire some beers into the chat. And, I don't know, YouTube folks, you guys can just hit the heart button if you want. The Flying Iron Bolt strikes it in the front foot, which fractures the bone. It doesn't have any bolts equipped yet. That's a shame. Dwarves are just continuing to shoot it. See? Bolts just fly out and hit it. It's getting torn a new one pretty well, I gotta say. Force pulls the rear leg, fracturing the right true ribs. They hit it again. It's bleeding pretty bad, actually. It's now winded. They must have hit it in the lung. Is this a bug? That is intended mechanics, because it takes them time to fill up the cart when they're done. It will make them leave, and every single item that they left on their map is now marked as stolen by you. And whatever faction that you were trading with is now not as happy with you as they were before. If you were playing adventure mode and you were to talk to them before and after that event, they would say, we're fine, we get along, no issues. And then afterwards they'd say, issues have been brewing over stolen goods or something to that equivalent. And if you do that too many times, they will go to war with you. Mooncat's figuring out why I don't stream Paradox games ever. Because I don't like the community that surrounds those games. It's the most, like, love-hate community I've encountered, and I find that so anxiety-inducing. Do they actually care if you steal stuff in adventure mode? The factions care on a macro level. Gameplay-wise in adventure mode, no. Not currently. They ideally will eventually. Ori, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you. Coffee troll, that's gross. That's all I have to say. Don't steal from your actual public library. So it's going to suffocate. It's dying. Flying Iron Bolt strikes it in the upper body, which bruised the lung. And then another one, which bruised the left lung. And then another one strikes it in the upper body, tearing the right lung. Good shot, dwarves. Now, dwarves are all vengeful when joining existing conflicts. I wonder what their Mark's dwarf skills are. They're all just dabbling. Smoke kills your FPS. Smoke shouldn't kill your FPS. Things trying to get through smoke will hurt your FPS. Thankfully, smoke is not permanent and will clear eventually, so... And it bled to death. We've killed our first beast, and I did it with nothing but Mark's dwarves. And I'm going to make some more iron bolts. Actually, no, I'll leave this on. Just remove it from everybody but the kids. How are their moods? It's a little hard to tell at the moment. I mean, neutral for the few that I spotted. Yeah, they're fine. I mean, obviously they could be happier, but I'm not being picky at all about who gets put in the military in this fort. It's just everybody's in the military, so that is certainly, you know, not helping the general moods in this place. And Kerplunk. Actually, just going to leave you forbidden for a second here and just go throw a butcher up into here. And also a tanner. And we're going to see if we can butcher that thing. What's up, Koi Splash? I'm rewarding yourself with actually playing. That's a good strat. When I was editing that big video, the last one I released, I went and bought a growler of beer the day I knew I was going to finish. I was like, cool, now I have a reward. We've got 2 more new citizens. Wonder how my hero Dwarf is doing. Still stressed and still unconscious. Have you joined the fort properly as a citizen? Looks like you have. But you're still refusing to sleep in your bed, which is one of the funniest things I've ever encountered. I guess that's because you're not officially a citizen. Which, hopefully you decide to become one soon. Okay, so you, let's pause the game. Unforbid you. Go up to here and butcher an animal. Aw, man. Maybe if I place it closer. I don't think you made a real point, Coffee Troll. I think you said something crappy. And also, pardon me for my like late teens teen speak, but isn't yeeted a term to throw something? So if you're using the term steal and you say yeet, wouldn't that be more the equivalent of picking it up and hucking it instead of actually like pocketing it? Or has the term changed? Please educate the old man on stream. A growler is a large jar, usually slightly below 2 liters, like Chad said. That's what I'm looking for. These are the questions you ask your little brother. My younger sister isn't young enough to actually be able to give me answers to those types of questions. I mean, I don't speak gallons. I'm talking in liters. But no, growlers here are usually 1.8 or 1.5 or 2 liters. The one I have is 2 liters. And it usually costs me about $12 to fill it. All right, looks like we're able to butcher this sucker. Anybody want to bet how much meat we get off this thing? Yeah, I mean, I think yoink is a more appropriate term to use instead of yeet in regards to taking something. Still don't know what a millennial is? I mean, you did die 2,000 years ago, so... There's a person named Jesus in the YouTube chat who says they don't know what a millennial is. So, I mean... Aren't gods supposed to be, like, all-seeing or something? Or are the, Oh. Somebody died to a jabberer. We now have a named jabberer on the map who is seriously injured. Well, that's unfortunate. I think, maybe actually going to restrict this whole level. At least for some of the dwarves. Turns out, jabber is pretty dangerous. Anyways, that's a bloody shame. It's so nice to see Jabberers, dude. Like, I know that they just killed one of my Necromancer experiments, but geez. It's so nice to see them. It just makes me think more and more that, like, I can't wait until we get the proper reworks for, sieges for, the underground creatures. Isn't Zoink, like, shouting, "Psych!" Like, not really a term that has much meaning? Fair enough, but joking about stealing from your public library is never going to be funny in my chat. Coffee troll. Or at least I'm never going to find it funny. Maybe somebody with a worse sense of humor than me might, but... Troll is in the name. So's coffee. I like coffee. So, I like half of it. Plus, they just apologized, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt today. You know, honestly, all of these terms lost me at the term doink. Something, something, smoke, big doinks. Didn't that guy die? No, that's a random side statement to make, but I think that person passed, like the I smoke big doinks guy passed away, didn't he? I kind of want to turn this into where we fight. Because that's very convenient, like this side of the cavern. I could also go up to here and put a big old ammo stockpile up here. Although it doesn't need to be that big, I'm just making an ammo stockpile. Actually, I could even just stick it down here. Let's go ammo, nothing, just bolts. Somewhere, yes. Koi splash. Somewhere. Smoked him so the rest of us don't have to. I do sometimes genuinely wonder where the double rainbows all the way across the sky guy is. Do you ever just like randomly wonder about old internet celebrities or like old memes? Like, where's Star Wars Kid? We need Star Wars Kid. What happened to Star Wars Kid? Is Star Wars Kid still Star Wars in somewhere? Because goddamn, I hope so. Good lord. I didn't realize how big of a square I was digging until I finished digging it. Okay, let's jump back up here. It's an elven fort of Queen Howls. It's got a lot of stuff in it. Helm's Hell or Helm's Shell? I'm scared to attack the Were Beauty place. Yeet. Love that AVGN is still going. Yeah, every now and again I watch an AVGN video. I'm like, yep, still that. Numa Numa guy recently did something, really. The Star Wars guy is a German corp exec? Really? Like, actually? I feel like I'm just gonna go for this place. More submerged grotto, because it's this giant fortress that is full of books. Chaos Plagues. This place. There's also a place called Monster Match, and I just saw that for a second and thought it said Monster Mash and got really excited and then realized it actually said Match instead of Mash. And now I'll be honest, I'm kind of disappointed. There was a movie a couple years ago featuring him, Digital Shadows Living On, for a long time. What, like, are you talking about the AVGN movie that was kickstarted, or are you talking about like an actual movie made by somebody who knows how to make movies making a movie that included him? Because not gonna try and be mean to AVGN here, but he made a movie and it wasn't good. It was really bad, in fact. Documentary style movie? Or wait, was this a YouTube thing? Because Dan Olson put out the I Don't Know James Rolfe thing, which was fascinating. How heavy is this nervous tissue? Pretty heavy, it turns out. Huh. Also, we got like 312 meat out of that beast. You'll love to see it. So this dining hall up here, I should have the tables and chairs to chuck in here now. Should probably make some more. But that's what we currently have. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here and I'm going to make this, 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 and this, this, and this, and this, and this. And it's just going to be for prepared meals and drinks. And this down here is going to give items to up here. Yeah, that's one of those pieces of UI that got debatably worse with the premium release. Mooncat? You wanted to learn more about books and scholars in DF today? If you want to discover things, you kind of have to do older forts. Oh, sorry, younger worlds. And then run it for a longer period of time, because there's a finite amount of things that can be discovered in every world. Because there's a finite number of things that can be discovered. Usually by the time the world hits a higher number, they found everything already. Elfie, thanks for the raid. How was your stream today? What were you streaming? $100-year-old, yeah, okay. That's young. That's young enough that you'll get some of the stuff. So I still think of like the default settings as 250, because that was the old default, which is still young enough that you get some, but some of that discovery is going to start disappearing. Botanicula. That's not you're not talking about like the Animita design, like point and click, are you? Or am I thinking of a different Botanicula? Damn, that's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time. Shit. Wow. Makes me go, did you guys realize they made a World of Goo too? Speaking of indie developers that have been around for 1 trillion years. I'm going to connect this to the tavern. I'm also going to connect this to the tavern. So this is all now technically a tavern. Also, when World of Goo 2 initially released, it was for sale on the Epic Games Store and their website, and had literally no in-game quality option. Like, one of the most, like, wow, you definitely released a video game. Levels of video games I've ever seen. On an optical disc. Wow. I didn't know they sold it on disc. Is there a way to copy books visitors bring into the fortress? Arrest the visitors and then dump it out of their inventory. You have to, like, quite literally confine them and steal and take their stuff from them. Or kill them. Or wait until they get drunk and then throw it or drop it. Or let them join and then expel them after they've dropped it. There really isn't a way to get books from visitors ethically. So have you never played Botanicula, Elfie? This fort's looking real nice. We killed a web-spitting Forgotten Beast, and I've got a couple squads. This is technically a barracks. Technically. It's been on your to play list for a decade. You know, it's funny. That is like the argument for why games as a service, you should be able to play them offline after the fact, because some people like buy games and then forget they own them for a decade, or buy games and then don't play it for a decade, or some equivalent. I've played Machinarium and I don't think anything else. I played Machinarium and Pilgrims? Pilgrims, I think, was the other one they've done that I've played. And you may or may never play them. Well, sometimes they'll just drop them in your library. Like if they go to read another book, Jesus, they will drop them. But they have to go to your library and go to read another book. Sometimes the library actually works as intended. Usually people just walk off with your books, though, and never return them. Okay, this is going to be a lot of books. Speaking of books, I just went and explored Chaos Plagues, which is a goblin fortress which has been abandoned for some time. You never knew about Pilgrims. Yeah, I was like trying to think of the name of it. Pilgrims was neat. Also, one of these dwarves' last name is Razor Drills, which is pretty good. Did the wheel and axles falter? This is some pro horse and buggy propaganda, that's for sure. On the Wheel and Axles. There's another book that we took. This is lunar phases. We're getting books about moons, the meaning of of movement, composition when it counts, interpretations of animal development, without limits, the Wizard's Guide to Games. Ooh, that sounds like something that was published in 1999. Can Astrolabs Can astrolabes save the world? Foundations of animal something. I basically sent half my population to go steal stuff from this place, hoping we get them all. Path of the Moon. Healing plants. The Settlement. A new approach. Foundations of the Moving Sun. A brief, The Art of Diseases and Animals. Discovering Greatness. The Interpretation of the Year. That's a lot of books. Bask in knowledge. Did I get anything else? Nope, just that. Now the question is, did I clear it all out, though? Kind of doubt that I did. The Hillocks of Mirror Scale. Question even, where was it? Vice Gang, what a good name. I've lost it. I don't know where it was. Which is kind of funny, actually. The Anvil of Beginners. It's a human castle with a whole bunch of stuff in it. I think this is what we're going to go for next, but where was that one again? Doesn't everything need more cowbell? Also, for anybody in the who's watching currently, the plan for today is we're going to probably do another hour of this fort, which is just going to be a lot of me slowly expanding this army or just like rotating out dwarves, training them, and then sending them off to go invade stuff. And then I'm going to play some of this. This is a game that's currently in public playtest, and you can go play it if you want. It's a time moves when you do bullet hell roguelike that's been in development for a long time, and originally was a 7-day RL, which I've been quietly watching. So, you know. That's something we're going to go play. That's Enter the Chronosphere. So we're going to do some of that tonight. And another thing that I should mention is, of course, I would agree that everything needs more cowbell, because as the lore goes, my parents met at a Nazareth concert. So one of the sources of the needs more cowbell is literally where my parents met. So I wouldn't exist if it wasn't for needs more cowbell. So yay for cowbell. Or boo cowbell. Depends on if you like me, I guess. You got a fever? Mm-hmm. Not sure if you're being serious or referencing lyrics, so... Whenever they come back to town, I always joke that my parents should go see them again. And the funny thing is neither of them like Nazareth. Like, my dad was the photographer and my mom was there with a friend because she didn't like the boyfriend that she had at the time that she was going with. So my mom was there as like an emotional support friend. Which is genuinely funny to me. You know what's really funny about that, Elfie Bean, is that is a running joke on a podcast that I used to listen to. Is like whenever there's like an article or something that they were talking about that was discovered by two scientists, it always turns into an impromptu love story, and then the other one argues that no, it was platonic. They were just friends. They were coworkers. Like, don't make it weird, man. So that's really funny to me. The podcast was We Have Concerns, if you ever want to look it up. I haven't listened to it in a long time, but... Must be nice to, you know, leave the tavern and then come back to a tavern, or leave the fortress and then come back to a barracks that's just actually a tavern now. Let's also take 2 squads, maybe, and set them to off-duty and remove them from training. And that's the Lucid Plants and the Fork of Law. So the Fork of Law and the Lucid Paints, not Plants, are now going to leave this. And I'm curious if they will use the weapon racks and whatnot. See? They use weapon racks! Huzzah! Magical! Although now they're already getting moved. So I need to just go get rid of this. Nix that. And, yeah, perfect. You'll love to see it. I guess, like, just none of them had any weapons. Or armor. Or maybe armor is just going into here. It's certainly possible armor is actually just going into here. Actually, I would say it's likely armor is just going into here. That or they're still just wearing it. It's probably the case for a lot of them. Yep. A lot of them are still just wearing them. That's cool. Yep. Clother was found dead. Zundir died. A voracious cave crawler. Where is it, though? And a helmet snake. Holy shit. Well, it seems to have left the map. Oh, man. I got trogloderps. Which means you missed Elfie's stream. This is true. You did, in fact, miss Elfie's stream, I presume. Oopsies, don't go there. Go here. We're going to go cut up some troglodytes. Multiple troglodytes, even. They tend to be short. I was wondering if Elfie was streaming because Elfie vanished from chat for a while, but it's good to have you back, Elfie. You know what? I'm feeling pretty confident with the fortress currently. We're gonna go pillage this tomb. And just so... Ooh, maybe not you just yet. I'm going to send all of these squads south. We're going to set all of these to, at the very least, ready. And then we're just going to start attacking shit. That's what we're going to do. The pillage people? Naturally. We're going to go pillage some people. I'll say Baskery bit. Your dwarf was pretty prominently featured in the last video in a few spots. Or at least you were in the middle of the screen a couple times. I didn't directly mention your dwarf. You know, actually, something I want to ask chat. Hypothetically, if I were editing a video, right? like a video of a fort. And in that fort is a viewer who for some reason got banned from my chat, hypothetically. Should I be concerned about using their username in the video or showing their username in the video? Because this is genuinely something that I've been like trying to figure out like what do for a bit, because I don't really have a solution. I personally think I should just do nothing and just like run it as normal and just not mention the username verbally. But it is actually like a problem that I've run into once or twice. Especially when, like, you know, in the context of footage that's rather old at this point. Some migrants have arrived. If it's anybody I recognize. Could probably start another squad now, even. Hey, it's Rydern. What are they going to do, Sumi? I mean, not likely. That would be pretty wasteful of financially for themselves. Skilled spear dwarf, you'll love to see it. Killed a goblin, cool. You know, this fort's getting pretty populated. I'm gonna make another crossbow squad, actually, I think. I've got a lot of things that need to be added to squads. Jeez, okay. I'm gonna skip you for right now. Oh boy. And then get banned so hard that you can never come back. I mean, I don't know if that would be a goal. And in all honesty, like if I was making a fort that was centered around a singular dwarf, it's not unlikely that I would just say, well, I guess I'm not making that video now. Or do some really complicated editing to change the name of the dwarf. Retroactively. They also brought a goose. A mosaic of a blurred dwarf running around. I should do that whenever there's a naked dwarf just for the jokes. This dwarf's name is redacted. I don't know, I've already, like, referenced some pretty silly names that people got their dwarves named after. Holy shit, how big is this migrant wave? That's what she said. Like, it just keeps going. It just keeps going, man. I mean, I already censor things, so. Blurrest censored name. Sure, fair enough. Oh, this poor dwarf sleeping up here. Just put a bop over it. Yeah, true. Just put an anvil on their face. If you don't want to make squares, Seb, when you draw a square, draw the squares you need, right? and then do this. It goes such a long way. And like, make your perfect symmetrical like beauties that you love, right? But just remove, like, shave off the edges slightly. That's literally the only thing I really do, is I shave off the edges. And in my opinion, that is more than enough to almost completely change the visual aesthetic of a space in Dwarf Fort. I kind of want to do this, but this is way too close to the surface. I'm okay with it down here because it's 2 levels away, but because of that water there, it's kind of sketchy, actually. I'm building a temple, by the way. More specifically, I'm moving my temple. But like another thing that you can do is, I don't have this enabled right now because for some reason it's always disabled by default when I restart the game and it bugs me, but this, just do like, you know, your 10 by 10, right? And then do this, then do this, then do this, and then do this. Boom, circle. Super easy. Super fancy. Hopefully those ideas are productive for you. But genuinely, like, that's a thing that I do all the time. And for whatever it's worth, I personally don't think my builds look that good. Because I'm looking at them the entire time while I'm making them. I think it's very easy to see something that you didn't make and go, wow, that looks amazing. Because you didn't make it. It doesn't look amazing because you didn't make it. It looks amazing because you didn't see the process of it being built. You just see the final product, which is much harder for a lot of people, I think, to imagine making themselves than it is to, you know, the process of actually making it. So, you know, to be honest with you, the person that made me try and make cooler looking forts was actually Craig Smash. Because I played Dwarf Fortress on and off on my own time and streamed a lot of RimWorld. And in RimWorld, I made very square, very symmetrical forts. Or bases, I guess, colonies, if you will. And when I finally started dedicating time to Dwarf Fort, initially I did similar things. But what ended up happening was I ended up reverting back to what I did in like my Roller Coaster Tycoon days. Because very quickly this game turned into like a design game for me. And I really liked looking at Krug Smash's forts. And I didn't like looking at my forts. And I was like, well, I want to make something that I like looking at. I first started playing Dwarf Fortress in 2009, but I didn't stream it until 2018. And what do you mean by did I find the transition hard? Was learning it hard? Yeah. I mean, I would say like in 2009, it was probably an easier game to learn because there was less mechanics, but from RimWorld to DF? In like a learning curve sense? Not really. They're very different games. Also, I knew enough Dwarf Fort to play it before I moved back to Dwarf Fort because I played Dwarf Fort originally. But what was hard was transitioning the audience. Like, the reason I started streaming Dwarf Fortress full-time was because I didn't want to stream RimWorld anymore. And I was basically under the open presumption that my stream was going to die in the next 6 months and I was going to have to go get a real job. Or a normal job. Because I tried streaming full-time for a while at that point. And it wasn't growing, it was shrinking. and I didn't like the direction that RimWorld was going as a game. I didn't want to stream it really anymore, and that's all that my audience wanted to watch, and I went from an average of like 60 viewers down to like 30. So that was tough. I basically made no money for 3 months. Then they announced the Steam version. And then I was able to eke by enough of a living that I was able to survive. Oh yeah, then my ex left me, which, believe it or not, one of the fastest ways to get support as a streamer is to get dumped. Because, like, I had enough to get by, even though I wasn't making much money. When there was 2 incomes. But the second there was 1 income, I was like, guys, I got like 3 months of savings, and then I gotta go get a job. So either streams are gonna suddenly become significantly less consistent, or I need help. And I managed to eke by. You live? As in, you literally, or you're a dwarf? I mean, I certainly hope you live. That would not be good if you weren't. So, as far as like the learning curve of Dwarf Fort goes, I never found it to be that much. Like, there definitely was a lot to learn, but I guess I find that process fun. I enjoy like, oh, new thing, or oh, I didn't realize that worked that way, that kind of process. And the things I didn't know, I had Twitch chat, which helped. So for me, the learning curve for Dwarf Fort was never that ridiculous. My life has been a collection of ridiculously unnecessary, massive risks, Seb. So I got new baby kitties. They've been damn near feral, and now they are sick. So yay. Just wait, what? What's yay about them being sick? I guess that's a negative yay. The Forgotten Beast, Thesa Conrathimeli, has come. A gigantic one-eyed petrosaur. It has a stubby tail, and it is slavering. Its black scales are blocky and overlapping. Beware its deadly blood. Where is it, though? Okay, it's here. I think this fight's going poorly. So I've lost some dwarves, apparently. I'm gonna get these squads and send them down into here. Actually, let's send them down here even. Here's they comes. Although there is actually a chance it uses a side gate, but where did it go? Well, that's slightly concerning. Well, you also got to remember that I made the transition to Dwarf Fortress full-time in a streaming sense, when literally nobody was covering this game, and I honestly believe that part of the reason nobody streamed it back then was because the game's directory on Twitch was not called Dwarf Fortress. It was called Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress. Like, the SEO on this game, to use that term, was horrible. And when that changed, which was before Premium released, it was one of the best things that ever happened to me at the time. Because I want to say that happened maybe about 6 months before launch. My numbers effectively doubled when that happened. Okay, my squads have all returned now. Where the hell did that beast go? I mean, it's possible it's separated from the rest of the fort, but... Let's just wait here for a second. Also, an ad break's about to play. So we're going to see how Hail Mortals did. This was an exploration attempt. I don't think that's necessarily true, the second thing that you said. At this point, Dwarf Fortress is like the basic things that would confuse a new player are pretty well understood by most of the player base. But when I learned to play this game, like the wiki was half of what it is now, and the player base was active but tiny. Dwarf Fortress was a game that had a lot of inspirational reach in that it was everybody's game developer's favorite video game. It's sort of like, you know, actually, this is not a great example. Like, you know how there's a lot of artists out there that not a lot of people listen to, but is like all of the music producers within the industry's favorite artist? It's that kind of thing. You know, it's like the weird influential noise rock band from the 70s that's super influential that like 10 people listened to and nobody bought their singles. It's like that kind of thing. But it's the thing that, you know, caused a lot of things to happen. You can send people outside your fort? Yep, that's how I'm attacking stuff. How else do you think you invade the rest of the world? Or acquire books? Or steal things from people? Or steal back your own items? Or rescue prisoners? That's how I got like half the population in my fort. You go to the world map and you click on an icon on the map. And that starts a mission. And then you can assign squads to it and they leave the map and go to the mission and come back and tell you how it went. That's also a band I really like called the Casket Lottery. Or even... Is it fair to call like Fu Manchu kind of one of those bands at this point? Because to me, Fu Manchu's huge and super influential, and then I mention Fu Manchu and people look at me like I'm crazy. Like, what is that? So that was just an exploring a site, stealing stuff, but we also attacked a place. We pillaged Dateweaver. And I am being led to believe that this didn't go well. The forces of the Abyssal Torch searched it. Oh no, it did go fine. The Silken Grave was looted from here. Give me Sky Nightmare. The Human, the Truth was looted. The Art of Tummy Crystals. I don't need kidney stones, thanks. I'm good. Hard passed on the tummy crystals. Well, good news is everybody's back. Nobody died, I don't think. No, Beast is back on the map. And is injured. What? It strangled a mole dog. All right, so now we sit here and hope that the beastie attacks me. As we move the army that is most of my fort right here. Except for my Marks Dwarves, who I will actually station elsewhere. This is going to be fun. Having to select everything and then deselect everything to select these guys to make them specifically go there. Not even sure if they'll get there in time, but hey, if they do, then yay. And look, there's now books on the ground. The Market, the Truth. It wasn't actually on sale. It's probably all that book says. They marked up the prices to make a higher profit. So this is a bird that should theoretically be able to reach me, but from what I can tell, can't. So what I could do is dig through to here. Which actually is maybe not the best way to do this. This is probably a better way to do this. Most forgotten beasts are older than the world. That's also not the age of the world. That's time and the calendar. And the age of the calendar. So if you think that Earth is 2,000 years old, you need help. And I don't think I need to tell you that Earth is older than 2,000 years old. Gasp, I know. Don't tell anyone. It's our best kept secret. Earth is older than 2000. Sorry, Jesus, in YouTube chat. These two claims. Yeah, it's like 2,500 or something. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Baby spider? Wait, what? Someone has a baby spider? Well, I mean, yeah, the disc that we all live on is round, right? With the ice wall at the edges? Of course, duh. Oy. I like that this dwarf runs around with a copper shirt on. I'm just being dramatic, not being Martin friggin' Luther nailing his thesis to the door of his church. I mean, I'm just fudging around at this point. I do actually think it's kind of interesting though that they're the age that they are, not necessarily the age of the world. I do find that to just be an interesting mechanic in the game. So it's something that I joke about with quite a bit. That's something that people who don't know me need to learn about me real quick. If you don't know me, which is that I am a sarcastic oddball and will make incredibly sarcastic, strange jokes. So if you're allergic to sarcasm, you might have a hard time conversing with me. Because this beast here needs to die. But I should be able to path over to it once. Whoop. Never mind, it's just coming up to us. We're about to fight this critter. Who's ready for the fight, chat? My mostly unarmed dwarves, who are very talented, mostly, are now gonna fight this creature. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for good luck, or just a vile force of darkness? Monster flies towards the dwarves. The dwarves begin dancing around it. The creature is already bleeding. It does have deadly blood. It is also a bird, even though it looks like a weird blob thing. The dwarves themselves appear to be kind of fine for the most part. The creature itself is the murky, so you've got blood on you already. How about you? You managed to get its blood in your mouth. That seems bad. Oh, that would be cool. The age of the universe, or the age of existence or something. Or that could be considered like pondering time. Swords Dwarf strikes the forgotten beast in the lower leg with steel shield, fracturing the bone. Blood is going literally goddamn everywhere. Why do the deadly blood ones always have so much blood in them? Okay, so you are covered in blood. The question is, does it do anything? Uh-oh. Heavy bleeding. That seems bad. I mean, you did get it in your mouth. We're also seeing Zassit's dwarf blood. You're going to go clean self. I would too. Although it looks like... Oh, you're also covering it. This is one of my starting 7. I'm going to watch you. You're starting to bleed now too. Looks like we're going to lose a bunch of dwarves here. Oblivion is now being found dead. Heavy bleeding, faint, pale. Should have made this a water source while I had the opportunity. Pretty sure this is also considered a water source up here. Or could be considered a water source. You're fine. It's all back here, the dwarves that are starting to bleed. You're fine. Wow. Don't you love it when this stuff kicks in? Are you bleeding? No. Are you bleeding? No. Who's bleeding? Whose blood is that? Whose blood is that? Which one of you is bleeding? Oh, it's you. Mass Morass is bleeding. Rest in peace. No, you cannot get one of the dwarves that's bleeding to death because it's just going to die. I will instead say, bridges. There you go. Can have a bridge. Mass Morass is now no longer with us. Also because I'm pretty sure they literally are all dead already. So... Well, it's time to refill the squads. And checking here. Doesn't look like I lost anybody particularly noteworthy. Next best thing, yeah. Shut the book on that one. Well, that went pretty terribly. Although we may be about to lose another one. Worried about all these dwarves that are running up here trying to clean themselves. And this is the well right here. Wow, some of them actually managed to wash themselves before bleeding to death. So what? Are you bleeding? Okay, so you clearly just took an injury, like an actual injury. No, you didn't. So this guy managed to get blood on him, I guess. Chief Medical Dwarf over here is picking up equipment. What squad are you in? The Lucid Points? Let's just take all these squads off training for right now. That's kind of terrifying. Where did all the blood come from? The dwarves, mostly. Forgotten Beast, you literally missed it by a minute. Forgotten Beast with... That's an interesting notification that I just got. Clockwork Dragon is the new top clipper with 18 views. Is that a thing? Anyway, so Forgotten Beast with Deadly Blood happened. A bunch of dwarves got covered in blood, and now we've got a bunch of dead dwarves. That's about how it went in order. But now we're going to go make more dead things by attacking stuff. We're going to go attack our neighbors. And by neighbors, I mean these goblins, who apparently I'm at peace with, which doesn't make any sense. So we're going to go ruin that peace. That's what we're going to go do. We're going to go raid them and ruin that peace. Can necromancer experiments have deadly blood? Not that I've seen. I've never seen them have, like, powers. Not that I've seen. It wouldn't surprise me if it was possible, but I personally have not seen that. You like the world? It's a cool world, man. This one that we're in. It's pretty cool. I should also check my library, see how many books we're up to. It's probably a ridiculous number. Like, probably just an absolutely ridiculous number. Uh-oh. Somebody else died. Oh, man. Wait. Okay, I'm not gonna try and just be mean, but I'll be mean. That was your own fault. You died to troglodytes. If you died to troglodytes, that's on you, dude. I hate to break it to you, but that's just on you. Like, if you come into this fortress and you go and die to troglodytes, like, I don't know what to tell you.
Dang, that a long time. Welcome back. YT streams earlier today was awesome background while report doing.
Tele, thanks for the 41st month. And also, holy shit, yes, that is in fact a long time. That is a goddamn long time. So thank you. And thank you for continuing to keep that subscription alive for such a goddamn long time, my friend. I'm happy to help. It's good to be back. This will eventually become my temple. Once I'm done finishing it finally. Troglodyte has a name? Yeah, because it killed a dwarf. That would do it. That's like the fastest way to get a name. I guess that's what the onion and VeggieTales needs to do. It needs to kill somebody so he can get a name. I don't know why, but VeggieTales lives rent-free in my brain, and there's a line, and I can't even remember which one it was, because it's been so friggin' long, where the Onion guy, who's in almost every one of their, like, short films, is there, and somebody, I think it was Larry, asks him what his name is, and he goes, or no, it wasn't Larry, it was anyway, it was the asparagus guy asks him what his name is, and then he goes, I have no idea, actually. I've been around since show 1, and I've never been given a name. I've been around since show 1 and I still don't have a name. Can troglodytes think? Troglodytes are intelligent, if that's what you're asking. Like, they can get scarred and have personality shifts and stuff. They have the intelligent tag. We just stay at home and lie around, and if they ask us to do anything, we'll just tell you we don't do anything. Well, I'm aware that I'm talking about Christian cartoons, but it was my childhood, so... you know. I try. If it still has a tail, it's a monkey, not an ape. I don't think troglodytes have tails. Your English teacher in high school called you troglodytes. I feel like that's a crime. Like, I don't... Like, did your high school teacher say it affectionately, or was this like a you goddamn troglodytes? I feel like that's a bad teacher. I don't know. He would slam the door, walk in the room, and say, "Settle down, troglodytes." Okay, that's fine. My brain was envisioning that a lot differently, you know? It's kind of like a more intellectual way of saying, "Ragamuffins!" I once got called a CO2 dispenser. Not by a teacher, though. This was by a drill sergeant. This was a drill sergeant who was in medic cadets when I did St. John's Ambulance. And his like whole shtick was that he would say silly things. Like in hindsight, they were silly. To try and make you crack up so he could shout at you. And oxygen dispensers was one thing that he shouted once. Like, it was, "Stop moving, you stupid, like, CO2 dispenser." This is what he shouted directly into my face, and I, like, almost died laughing. Like, I just... single tear. An unrepentant teratoma? Can you give me the TLDR on what in the hell that means? Squads have returned from that raid. Desert hate. So the real shame of that loss was I lost my militia commander of my top squad, which was a herald. So I've lost one of the starting 7. So I'm probably going to make a memorial to that dwarf. Hammers of Dance slipped into Desert Hate undetected by the tick of cackling of the Pleated Terror. I'm sorry, what's your last name, Zutan? Skull Road? One of my dwarves is named Zutan Skull Road. Probably hangs out in one of the Mad Max movies somewhere. This guy in the background, you know? It's a type of tumor that has different body parts and teeth, hair. Ah, right. Cool. So we stole a bunch of books, and we stole treasure and livestock. Ooh. Chat, this was a goblin thing. What kind of livestock do you think we got? Now we're talking. We got beak dogs and cave dragons. Beak lunches and cave dinners. This was where we went. we go raid it again. That's what we're gonna keep doing. Do some key duty. What a good, what a good name. I'm going to go here. Statue? Well, actually, no. Let's do a iron statue. One iron statue of do some dwarf wasting goal. It was Deagle Tombfed. What's the name of it? Tombfed. 185. Let's also make one for Oblivion. Because that was a dwarf that was raised in one of my other fortresses and was named the day the Oblivion remaster came out. Diamond Boot was born in 1035 and grew up in my fort. And there's your corpse. Such a shame. So much blood in these hallways. Holy shit. Okay, so I'm going to get you to carry this to a point. Stukos has been possessed, so we've got another artifact starting. And now we've got an artifact starting. A snatcher. Multiple snatchers. Also, apparently I stole some cave bars. Where are these snatchers from? Does it tell me? Nope. Snatcher thing, size for snatchers. Hey, dragon, you wanna bite him? You should probably bite him. I don't think these goblins are going to make it very far. Nope, they did not. Go back to whatever you were doings. Oh, yeah, no, you also didn't make it very far. I think this fort is progressing pretty well. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Did it update and change a setting, or did it, like, remove an option? Because that sucks, if it removed an option. Gonna wait until this dwarf gets this close-ish to the butcher shop, and then I'm going to tire the dwarf. Anyway, so this is the dwarf who's legendary, who... It's not an option more. You had exactly 2 pages of curated apps. That fucking sucks. That really sucks. I'm sorry. I've never fully understood that with, like, I understand on phones having, like, the difference between simplified UI options and complex UI options, but, like, just gonna pause the game for a second because ads are about to play. This is what my phone's UX looks like. Oops, I can't even show you. So it just popped up a calculator. I literally have a list of like 8 apps. Which you can't even read, but it's like my weather app, Signal, Discord, my phone, Maps, my podcast app, and a calculator. Those are the only things on my phone, man. The problem is, like, so many tools that we use to function in modern society require a smartphone. Like, try getting onto an airplane without a smartphone. From a foreign country. Without access to a printer. You know, stuff like that. I do periodically install apps for things if I need them, Elfie. Like if I'm flying somewhere, I'll install the airlines app and whatnot. To get to the Play Store, I have to open up Chrome, which is a thing that I have to go 2 layers deep in the UI to do. And then I have to Google the Play Store to get to the Play Store. Or I have to, like, power down, hard reset, and boot to the normal loader. Too Tall Dad Gaming, thanks for the 18th month. Yeah. I mean, my favorite example of why smartphones are terrible is this is my phone, right? This is a 8-year-old model. It's old enough to still have a headphone jack. It's maybe older than 8 years now. Maybe 9-year-old model at this point. And, this is my Dexcom. This is a little device that helps me die slower. I've got a thing stuck on my arm right here. I took it off this one and put it on this one last night, so it still feels like there's one on this arm, but anyway, I got a little thingy on my arm. The app for this fucking thing, it's just a Bluetooth thing that like sends a graph to the phone. Literally isn't compatible with my phone. It's only compatible with Samsung and iPhones. Or Google. Not Nexus. What are they called these days? Pixels. So I instead had to spend $75 on this piece of shit to use this extremely expensive device that costs me hundreds of dollars a month, at least until my coverage kicks in, which will be in about 1 or 2 more months. So, you know, it's a good time. It's a good time. Is this thing's body rotten yet? Stukos, the peasant, has created a goth. Catan a goth, a shale earring, and offers it to the abyssal torch. I mean, ideally, the AI bubble will just burst before this, and just those features will all just get removed from phones. Too Tall Dad, thank you, though, seriously, for the 18th month. It's good to have you, man. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. 1 resub at a time. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people with hats next to their name, because we're a completely crowdfunded channel. I don't do sponsored segments for companies. And recently, for some reason, I think it's because my YouTube videos are doing well, I've had to explain to multiple companies, potentially entities, that don't understand or comprehend English well enough to know what "no, I don't take sponsorships, so I'm not interested in your offer" means. Because then they respond with, "well, I'm sure we can figure out a middle ground where we can make a deal." I don't take sponsorships and I'm not interested in your offer. But we'll give you all of the money and you can gamble in our casino at no cost. I'm not interested. I got reached out to by a network that specializes in online casino advertising the other week, and I was doing a lot of this. Robots? No, just don't speak English in most cases. Like, I can sniff out a robot. That certainly wasn't a robot. That was just somebody who definitely did not speak English. So now we wait until someone comes and gets this. For whatever it's worth, I don't use the app for my phone because it's not compatible for my phone. But even if I did have a phone that was compatible, I read their EULA for this thing, for Dexcom. And, yeah, no. Just no. That's all. Just no. Lightast, the recruit, has been elected mayor. We have a new mayor. Bruh. So my old mayor is still alive, who's Cthulhu dancing. We have a mayor who is 404, age not found, years old, is a member of the Bejeweled Sax, which is one of my squads. We'll boot you out of that squad. Oh, currently needs a leader. And I guess gets all of the bedrooms now. Sorry, Cthulhu, you've been unelected. It's kind of wild when that happens, eh? Bet you his wife is unhappy at the fact that they no longer have a bedroom. And we are butchering another forgotten beast. I don't know what DW is. So I don't know. So that's an additional... Wow, that was quite a lot of meat in that one, actually. Holy shit. So let's get to know our new mayor a wee bit. It's a he. He is a large scaly humanoid. It has a short tail and dark olive scales, which are round and set far apart. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer Etus Manersqueeze of Scarred Theater after horrible experiments on an elf named Ramiro. Trotted dreams. Well, that's kind of crazy. Already is feeling happy about being cried on by unhappy citizens. Well, I suppose that's a good thing, because you're going to be doing a lot of that, probably. He's almost never sick and quick to heal. Yep, resists sickness. And patient, values romance and tranquility and hates competition. Uh-oh, you're gonna stifle out everybody else. And everybody's yelling at you now. was cried on by an unhappy citizen. I feel empathy. That's kind of amazing. I don't believe I've ever had a mayor that's a necromancer experiment before. This is a first for me. Dining room ain't all that, though, so we're just going to throw some engravings on the ground in here. And also, I can go into here and get rid of the rock amulets. Oh, actually, something else that just occurred to me. What are your preferences? Like rhinoceros horn, the color russet, cubes and shields and cages and chains. Well, I was kind of hoping you would have no preferences, but you do. So, you do value romance. That's going to be tricky. Well, welcome to the fort, I say. Meanwhile, Aerith wants to join the fortress. This person. Jubilant after being granted citizenship. Man, that's a really good way to increase mood really quickly in a short period of time. We're gonna send some more squads out. Also check gear currently. It's slowly improving. Let's let some of them go get new gear if it's available. Wolf, I think you have two, actually. Yeah, you have Wolfist Wolf, who migrated here, and then Wolf, which I think you named. And then in here, I'm just gonna throw some tables into here. Just gonna do a few more tables over here, and a few more tables down here. Tables over there. Some tables over here. Tables there. Maybe here too. Tables there and there. Now we're gonna do thrones. Then I'm going to grab you. We're going to go along here. Can I go along here? And then this is going to become a giant, well, not giant, but combination of relics of the past. And I'm realizing I need charcoal. This is going to become a combination of relics of the past and a giant temple. I mean, not giant, but big enough. Still can't get over that deadly blood, though. Deadly blood is something that, for a very long period of time, I couldn't even tell you when the last time it affected my dwarves, but that was pretty brutal. That was pretty brutal. Also, all mind control, I definitely agree. You know, apple pie replica. If you're a replica of an apple pie, what are you made out of? Because I would presume that an apple pie would be made out of apple pie. But if you're a replica of an apple pie, that complicates things. So chat, what have you guys been playing recently? You guys been dwarfing or playing something else? Ritz crackers and vinegar? That sounds disturbing. I don't want to imagine that series of flavors again. Thank you for that. That is notably added to the smell the apple pie before you eat it list now. You're passing out hard? Just make sure you're lying down on something soft before you actually pass out. Don't want to break your nose mid-fall or something. Working on tabletop stuff, GMing? Gotcha. Does anybody ever ask you why you're saying good morning when you say GM? The number of video games that exist that are literally just like a game developer is like, I'm gonna make my tabletop game into a full video game. There's so many things that exist like that. It's kind of wild. Like, I feel like BioWare just straight up wouldn't exist if it wasn't for people doing that. Same with like Blizzard too. Painting minis, gotcha. Waiting for an event that starts in an hour. Playing RuneScape. Oh, good old RuneScape. Is that RuneScape survival game any good? Because it kind of came out and people were like, wow, that exists! And I haven't heard anybody say anything about it since, which is kind of a bad sign, but I am mildly curious about that thing. Mostly I'm just curious if it's any good. I don't actually have any interest in playing it myself because I don't really like those types of games. Actually, you know what? Let's not do this. Let's make this into a dining hall. And then assign the dining hall to the elevation of pillars, yes. Then we'll get rid of this. And then they can go hang out up in here. Let's see how that next raid went. They snuck in undetected by the doom of insights. And they stole treasure and livestock. A lot of beak dogs and a lot of random crud, including a slate table. I love the image of like dwarves running in and just grabbing a table. Grab what you can! Eurist grabs a table. Well, I suppose it is time to attack something. Pillage. We're actually attacking the goblins now and making them very well aware that we are here. You know, in Dwarf Fortress, they don't care about eating without a table. They'll just complain about the lack of tables. It's not traumatic, but they don't like it. However, they really, really hate being forced to share a table. Which to me is almost funnier in a way. It's like, they don't really care about like if there isn't tables, they're like rumbling about the lack of, he's been complaining about the lack of tables. That's something that I've seen dwarves complain about. But like, if you have the audacity to make them share a table, fucking hell's gonna be there to pay. It's just Valheim with RuneScape magic. Isn't that a good thing? Don't people like Valheim? I think the problem with a lot of those survival games is they're all very, very generic. Like, to draw an analog here, survival games are like the 3D mascot platformer of the current year. Like, studios that don't know what to make out of an IP just make it into a survival game, and they all just kind of end up being bad Rust or bad Valheim, or less interesting Rust or less interesting Valheim, or less interesting Ark Survival Evolved. Whereas, like, for a long time there, it was just everybody made platformers. It's like, oh, you need to make a video game for an IP? Okay, well, make a platformer. Like, it is... It's like that and then, like, shitty mobile games. And I'm just going to go right here and go Animal Training Zone. And Pen Pasture. Uh-oh. The Forgotten Beast, Quud, has come. A huge stick insect composed of poop, grime, and filth. It has 3 long, straight horns and a bloated body. Beware its webs. That is extremely weak and fragile, but could, like, two-shot my dwarves. Fortunately, I think it's actually on the layer where it can't get to me. Yeah, this is like the one layer that does not have access to my fort. So, yay? It literally is a poop-composed stick bug, though. You know, actually, why don't I just make more bookcases and just expand the library this way? How many books are in this thing now? 511! That's a lot of books. That might be the most books I've ever had in a fort. Chad, how many books should I go for in this fort? I feel like I could do 1,000 at this rate. Or maybe even just do a collect every book. That might even be easier than world domination, actually. Just steal all of the books. And yet, even more migrants are arriving. Well, that's one of my old dwarves. Y2000? I don't know. Y2K? Probably. I like that the Forgotten Beast named QUD also just straight up happens to be a stick bug made of poop. There's something kind of funny about that. It's like, Tarn, did you know that you're accidentally, indirectly sending shade at Caves of Cud? Just saying. I mean, someone could name something. Someone could do that. Oh, does it only say dwarf? Well, I mean, it doesn't need to be a dwarf. I need to change the wording on that then. You can name whatever you want. And if you're not quick enough to tell me what to name, then I might just name something random. So... Mr. Hanky is now the stick bug, okay? Problem, though, is stick bug did leave the map and needs to return to the map for me to be able to name it. So, please remind me in a few seconds if I forget, which I probably won't, because it'll hopefully reappear. I can name a troll Mr. Hanky. We'll get him, okay. Is it possible for lava to cover an entire floor so you can't get past it? Yeah, but you'd pretty much have to do that intentionally. I mean, like, you could still pump it out. All you need is 3 sandbags and 1 lava-safe brick, and you could pump it out. Or 3 piece, or maybe it might be 6, might be 9 pieces of iron. Actually, no, it wouldn't be 9 pieces of iron. It would be 7 pieces of iron. Basically, you need enough materials to be able to make some lava-safe pumps, and you could absolutely do it. So, I mean, in theory, yes, but you could also access it and solve the problem with a little bit of engineering. Also, once again, proof! Armor stands function! Look at that beaut. Ain't it cool looking? This dwarf even put a piece of hematite on it that they clearly mined and were running around with. And this dwarf is telling a story. What story is you tell? The Tan Coal Eyes became a member of the Abyssal Torch. Wait, they do? Yeah. So do the armor stands. I just don't currently have enough open... Or so do the weapon racks, rather. I just don't have enough weapons that need to go in there. Yeah, you have to go into here and then tell them to store the items with them in a barracks. And the other thing that you need to do is you need to also... not have stockpiles that will take the items. It's good to be back. What we are playing question you were watching from YouTube. As in like later today or right now? This is Dwarf Fortress. The game that I'm going to switch to probably in about, I don't know, 20 minutes is Enter the Chronosphere, which is currently in open beta. It's a roguelike. I kind of want to say light, because it does have quite a bit of meta progression in it, but it's a turn-based bullet hell, if that means anything. Oh, me asking what chat was playing. Ah! I did not see anybody say Discworld. No. That's cool, though. It's good to know there's still 10 people playing that game. The 3 of us that still play Batmud tip our top hats at you. Although, admittedly, I haven't played Batmud in maybe 2 years. So, I don't know if I can justifiably say that I still play Batmud. Although, oddly enough, the Discworld mud comes up in this chat weirdly frequently. Y'all should go start a guild or something. I'm really curious about how this Fly Itch siege goes. Where's that beastie? God damn it. And I'm just gonna jump down to this cavern layer real quick here, and I'm just gonna make a pen pasture. Oh, it's a little bit unfortunate. On this pen pasture, I'm just gonna put all the trogs in it. Wait, what? I've got a named cave dragon? Wait, no, I'm in the wrong screen. Oh, because you killed a troglodyte. Okay, I mean, good for you. Glad that the troglodytes are already doing some work. Also gonna go up to here, and I'm just gonna make another pen pasture real quick. And this is gonna be for dragons. What the freak? I've seen it on some bigger streams over the past couple months. Suited? I think it's fine. I've got no issues with having Eclipse leaderboard. Although I think I can think of the top 5 people off the top of my head, who will take it, hold it, and have it forever. Yeah, it's a thing that other bigger channels have had for a while that's been in beta for limited usability for quite some time. Well, because it's weekly, right? So it's weekly top clips. Well, time to fix that. Y'all better start clipping. I don't know. If you guys want me to turn it off, I probably can, but... Were the teal values description text advanced recently? Nope. Literally, I don't think any of that has changed since since version 47 came out. Was, I think, the last additions that were made to those descriptions. Like mechanical. Like they got laid out differently. You need to have big successful fort and then have dwarves move from one big successful fort to other big successful fort to really see the changes in this stuff. You heard the guy in the clip that Suited Giraffe just posted, probably, right? Obey Tome? What a book. What a name for a dwarf. Did they all leave the map? I'm just checking. Oh, you haven't. We're in an ad break, so I will wait until the ads are done. How's our mayor doing? We're conducting meetings. I'm starting to think that this mayor really likes their job. They keep on conducting meetings in great settings. They have a yak bone crown on. They're just getting yelled at by citizens constantly. Watched performance, improved comedy, and improved pacification. This makes a lot of sense why this character is now in charge of all this. Look at these skills. Also, their last name is Peaceful Fortress. There's a ironic joke in there somewhere. I mean, not in there somewhere. It's like it's right in front of my face. I can't look past it. I've made 2 bedrooms in this fort. One was for a particular dwarf who I made a bedroom for, and one is for the captain of the guard, and then actually I made another one for the mayor. So. The rest are all dormitories, and then that barracks. But holy shit. Is there a limit to how many friends you can have in your party as an adventurer? I don't know. If there is one, I've never hit it. What's the second one? The second question. I know that there isn't a limit to the number of pets you can have. I would say if there is a limit, it's probably just simply put as your patience. Oh, looks like the squads are done with that siege. So this is a pillage of a goblin pit. The goblin Arstruck outmatched the dwarf Ineth with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Well, that's not good. The goblin Mafi Soulheavy, what a name. Confronted the goblin Otin. I have to check for that beastie again. Ores of Alchemy. Okay, it seems like things are turning. The Copper Depths, led by the dwarf Zon, clashed with 6 goblins, slaying 1. The Ores of Alchemy, led by the dwarf Buttsworth, clashed with 5 goblins. Clashed with 5 goblins, but they didn't slay any of them. A lot of defeating unscathed. Clashed with 5 goblins, a lot of escaping unscathed. My dwarves are certainly getting bested in this fight. How would you feel about leading your army of followers to lay siege to goblin forts or whomever? I've done that. Stackgood was struck down by the goblin Arstruck. I've actually, like, encountered proper... the Frost of Enjoying? What a name. I've actually attacked proper armies mid-siege. Like, armies that are invading something unrelated, and I've attacked them before. So, I'm going to send this squad to go explore that. Jump back up here. Jackal Hour. That's another one that we're going to go attack. Just waiting for my squads to come back now. Well, I need one of those jabberers to walk into one of my cage traps, and then I'll get you some more jabberers. But I need them to walk into my cage traps first. They haven't conveniently done that yet, so until they do that conveniently for me, then I'm not going to worry about it too much. There we go. Mayor is now happy with their allotted space. Also, don't have a surgeon, apparently. That seems bad. Should probably have a surgeon. Should also probably have a doctor. That's odd. Why are you satisfied after joining a conflict? There's a Gorlak on the map. Hello, Monsieur Gorlak. Gorlakins. So I got bad news about the stink bug. It doesn't appear to, like, be returning to the map. So I'm not sure exactly what you want me to do with this. But I'm not positive I have really an option. You didn't realize what a prize you had? Okay, so, like, have you ever seen a video of a chicken killing a rat? Or a rooster killing a rat, maybe, is probably a better example. They're just, like, pinpoint precision, back of neck, snap back. Like, neck broken, rat dead. And then they try to eat it and then look at it sadly and then walk away. That's basically what jabberers do, but with dwarven heads. So they just, like, instantly turn whatever part of the dwarf into just, like, a bloody mess. And they're very, very, very good at it. Just going to right here to see if I can do this. Okay, well, I should be over here then. Maybe actually, like, right here. Let's go, like, maybe right here. Nope. It's not gonna work. Need to be more up this way. That could work. Aha, it definitely could work. Plausible? Yeah, now we're talking. Gonna go all the way done. All the way done to there. And then all the way up to here. And then all the way down to there. And this doesn't touch the outside once. As far as I can tell, except for that one cavern layer, that's fine. This can go away. And then this right here can just become a garbage dump. And I can just get rid of everything that's in here. And huck it all in there. Once all this is gone, of course. So now I can follow this and go wee down into lava. Hopefully. But yeah, war jabberers are one of those critters that's just like way better than you think until it's too late. And then when you realize that you have them, you're usually somebody who, you know, already kind of screwed up. I'm just going to pause this for a second and go down to the lowest one and just say, do this one first, please. Do this one second. Do this one third. Please don't get rocks landing on your head. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just rescue the dwarf, please. We dropped the rock on Wolfist Wolf. Thankfully, you are hopefully being rescued. Yes, we are. Well, shit. I feel kind of bad, but, I mean, life goes on. You know? I do feel kind of bad. All right, chat. So do you guys want to go see something else today, video game-wise? Or should we just call it early? Because things are very quiet in these parts. Elfie, is there something else you'd like me to name? Because that beast is not showing its face again. I would love to name it for you, but it doesn't seem like it's interested in appearing. Magically or otherwise. I know why it's blocked, but that's fine. I'll just do it this way. It's a lot of construction, but eh. We're just trying to give it a funny name, but and it seems like the squads have returned. So we went and explored another place. The happiest unnamed dwarf is going to be an Elfie Bean. Got it. But we also raided this place, and we outmatched the goblin Utes Demon Shore. Well, that's good. It seems Inath is learning. My eyes of Dokfakasles are getting kills, which is good. A near Murky Spread. We're killing a bunch of these eyes. Damn. This location is very heavily populated by other necromancer creatures, which is interesting. We also looted treasure and seized livestock. Good stuff. Got a ton more beak dogs and a bunch of random crap. Well, Strangler Bag? Oh my god. That's crazy, man. That's nuts. Like, actually, that's genuinely nuts. The happiest unnamed dwarf is a child, who's now Elfie Bean. Elfie Bean can be very happy and optimistic and doesn't generally think before acting, isn't particularly curious about the world, and is slow to trust others. Wait, was I supposed to name it Mr. Hanky? Or do you want me to name it Elfie Bean? Elfie. He can handle stress and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Strangler is one of the rarest creatures in Dwarf Fortress, just period. For reference. I've literally never seen one. I've only ever seen them referenced, and I've seen screenshots. Personally feels those that attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and really respects commerce, and those that engage in trade, and finds introspection to be a waste and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Likes ornament in black bronze and jasper opal, gray langur leather, and the color chestnut. High boots and quivers and barrels, and the words of the strategy of sparkles, and the sight of the amethyst of glimmer, and when possible prefers to consume giant two-humped camel cheese. And your father is nowhere to be found, and your mother's in the military. So your mother's in the military, and your father went off to get more cigarettes. Welcome to the fort. And holy fucking beak dogs. I hope you like beak dog wings, because we're going to be eating them for a while. And I need a bigger food stockpile, looks like. Because mine is currently rotten. Lovely. I think I will just carve out this side, and this can just become an extension on the kitchen. Just looking at where I could dig this up. No, stranglers just only exist in moist tropical broadleaf forests, which I realize is very specific, but not only that, they also only exist in moist tropical broadleaf forests that are evil. So, terrifying moist tropical broadleaf forests are the only places that they ever can exist in, so in most worlds, they just never exist in the first place. So it's not that they die out, it's they usually just don't ever get to the point where they exist in the first place. Like, I know why they're rare, and why they're so uncommon. They just tend to all die. I'm going to build this, and then I'm going to put a food stockpile underneath this. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Everybody, quit training. I need you to clean this shit up. We got a mess in all of the rooms. You did a great job, and I'm very proud of you, but quit training for a bit and go clean this shit up, guys. This is disgusting. Please fix it. Speedrunning orphanhood. That's probably this fort, just in general. So, food. No seeds. No prepared meals, no drink. Shouldn't take too long to build. Same with this. While they're working on that, I'm also going to go to down here. And then make sure that all of this is clear to the bottom. Which it isn't yet, but you're stuck down here, so I'll just let you dig out here. And also, dig out this. And you're also sealed in, because life is grand. And please rename a squad to Celebration of Life. The Celebration of Life. Done. No, not the Copper Celebration of Life. The Celebration of Life. There you go. You're welcome. Nights are slow. Certainly something to raise a glass of wine to, I say. Okay, so that is now clear, which means this right here can now be used as a trash chute. I can go up here and do this. Oh, pfft. That seems bad for, like, morale. I accidentally put this stockpile into definitely not where it's supposed to be. Well, hopefully they get to this and start throwing this crap away. And then you up here can get expanded. All right, chat. We've gotten kind of quiet around this stream. I think it's time for me to switch games. I could do a bit more dwarfs, but we've got a, not one, but 2 guild halls that they want us to make. We need to make a hunter and a ranger's guild hall, so we'll do that tomorrow. Shit's rotting and burning and falling apart everywhere, and it's gross, and the dwarves hate it. I need to double check that. Hopefully they'll get to dealing with this sooner than later and start throwing stuff into here. And yeah, I don't like to feel like I'm grinding my teeth to make chat move, so I'm going to ask you guys a question while I save the game for the day. You guys interested in watching another game for a bit? A game that I really want to play. Otherwise, I'm just going to end stream and go play a game on my own time. But it's up to you guys. I'm down, but chat's got to keep moving. And if I have to bump my head into the window and tap the glass to make the chat move, that's when stream ends. But if you're willing to bear with me for a new game, we'll do a new game for a bit. I'm just grabbing an image so that I can make a YouTube thumbnail, because YouTube is silly and requires me to make the thumbnail. But I will do it, so. But for the people watching here on Twitch, you can say goodbye, YouTube. YouTube, don't freak out. I'm not shutting you down. It's just for the VODs. and render. Export.